Councilmember Burnett. Councilmember Berkeley.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. Hopefully, Councilmember Burnett and Berkeley and Christina Meeting Dirksen will be joining us promptly. Thank you, everyone, for being with us tonight on this special meeting of the City Council, Tuesday, August 10th, to consider receive a presentation on our budget and give staff any direction we may wish and our capital improvement program. Lane, you want to take it away?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to. So, Matt, if you would pull up the presentation. This one we started a month ago, and if you would just take it to slide number 6. And I'm just going to briefly go here. Then we really left off at slide number 14. But what we talked about to this point is in our budget, our ongoing revenues are under our ongoing expenditures, which is not a place that we want to be. And the reason that we're in this situation is because the COVID has reduced our revenues, primarily sales tax and TOT. Those are recovering, but council also gave us the direction, and this gap was about 1.7 million. And council gave us direction to close this gap and use our unallocated fund balance to close the gap. The other large expenditure that we have in here is our continuing legal costs and other costs to protect our groundwater from the CalAm proposed slant wells, and we have several lawsuits ongoing, various underground studies, and we still have our groundwater sustainability agency that we have proposed to put together, and that's kind of on hold pending litigation. And so these are all things of why we have this gap. So next slide, Matt. The other large major thing that is driving this is our pension costs are going up substantially, and this is every city in California is facing this. Our property and liability insurance have gone up dramatically. The property, a lot of it is due to these fires and the impacts that is having on cities and any cities that have open space around them, and we certainly are in that category. Chief McCown, every time there's a fire, he panics with the potential fire coming into our agency, and so our insurance have gone up, our workers' comp have gone up. The council has approved cost of living increases. We've added 4 new firefighters. A SAFER grant is paid for those the first year, and then every year for the next 3 years it phases out. And so our general fund is picking up additional costs for these firefighters. Council also added public works superintendent, police records clerk, and a code enforcement building inspector, and that currently is being paid through a consultant. And then, as we mentioned earlier, we have these groundwater costs that we're incurring. And so that's a big thing that is driving our cost. Next slide, please. Under council's direction, these are the vacant positions that we used during COVID to help balance our budget. Council has directed us to fill all these positions, and so we are in various stages of the recruitment of these positions. Next slide. We have various different fund balances, and some of these we won't be touching, but primarily today we'll be talking about the unallocated general fund balance. It shows here 5.1 million. Now that is reduced by 1.7 to balance our budget and to fund these vacant positions. And so that balance is really 3.4 million. And that's what we'll be discussing in the CIP discussion with Brian. And then we also have these land sales of 6.2 million. The rest of the fees here are reserve fees we aren't touching. The 4 blight removal and the escrow bond fees, those are restricted to blight removal and renovation. Our impact fees are all restricted to various impacts that are roads and facilities and parks. And so really it's the land sales and the unallocated fund balance we'll be talking about today. The American Recovery Plan Act, we have hired a consultant to help us with that. There's 5.4 million there. Most of that goes to COVID impacts, but we estimate there probably can be $1 to $2 million. It is allowed to backfill some lost revenue from cities and other expenses due to COVID. And so there probably is a couple million from that the council can allocate to the general fund that we can currently use. And then we'll have several million that will work with our community on the best ways to allocate those funds. Next slide. We just kind of went over that. Next slide. We talked about Dune Phase 2, and as you talk about it later on today, we've talked about that this really should not be used to balance ongoing expenditures. Those really need to be addressed with ongoing revenue sources. And these are the problems that the city has gotten into in the past, where it's had ongoing expenditures and it has not been willing to increase or address the ongoing revenues. And instead, it'll use land sales, or we've bonded Abrams B money to fund these positions, to make up that gap. And we do not recommend that approach at all. That 6.2, we recommend that you look at it for generating economic impact for the community, because it really is selling an asset, and then we're trying to leverage that to increase our tax base and other assets. But also part of that could be used for quality of life improvements in the community. And so we'll be talking about that later on today in our capital program. Next slide. Next one, please. These are just our impact fee balances. Most of these are really dedicated to the impacts that we occur as growth continues to move forward in our community. So the parks, we have 5.9. We've allocated, council's already allocated some of that money, 900,000 towards a pump track and other things. We've used some in the development of the Sea Haven Park. We'll be using almost $1 million of that for Sea Haven Park. And so the balance is down a little bit. When we look at trying to improve, one of the goals of the council is to improve our existing parks, and those are Windy Hill, Glory Jean Tate Park, Vince DiMaggio Park, Loch Padden Park. Typically, impact fee monies can't be used for those. Now, if we're adding new additions to those parks, say Windy Hill, and it doesn't have a restroom, we can use park impact fees for that. But replacing playground equipment and the soft fill and landscaping and things like that, that all has to be out of general fund revenues. Next slide. Next one, please. So this is where we kind of left off. So this is the priority list the council gave us back in May. And these are the major things we're trying to incorporate in the budget. So we've included all these vacant positions. That's what number 1 is about. Number 2 is plan to repair the 26 worst streets in the community. Those are $5.3 million, and we don't have that's an ongoing expenditure, our streets. And so we do not recommend pulling from one-time fees to address that. And so Brian's going to talk about that more in the CIP discussion. So we have some thoughts and ideas to address that. That's 5.3 million that is not in our budget. Number 3 is at least allocate 2.5 million to the Marina Sports Center, and we'll be talking about that later on. And we have some ideas and suggestions for that. Number 4 is Teen Center, Skate Park, Community Center, budget improvements. And again, we don't have a funding source for that right now, but we're going to talk about that also in the CIP discussion. Next slide. Number 5, we're on track to have the pump track open in July. We have our team working headstrong on that. Number 6 is the Sea Haven Park Council approved that concept plan, and we've allocated $700,000 for the playground of that, and council's also allocated $400,000 for a pickleball court, and those are in discussions with the Sea Haven group right now, Watkins Castanos, on timing to get that park moving forward. The Dune City Park, we're continuing to move forward on that. Our consultant is on board on our blight removal, and that's our first step. We've met with some other people, and we'll probably be wanting to schedule in the next couple months a study meeting with the council to get further direction on this park. There's been some issues raised about preserving trees and trees and ball fields. Sports fields don't usually work together, and so we're going to have a discussion about that. Number 8 is the hay circle swap. We're currently working on that right now. Number 9, that's already budgeted in the budget, so that's fine. Number 10, we've included that in the CIP program for this year. Number 11, Matt is continuing to work on that. We initially were talking about a feasibility study, but as we got into that and talked with the county and some other partners with that, they thought there's other things that we could do to coordinate that better. Now the federal, I don't know what they call it, but the 1.1 trillion that was approved, there's a significant amount of that for broadband. And we're going to be looking at that very closely and looking at grant and other opportunities that we can potentially use that. And we'll be coordinating that with other partners in our county. Number 12 is the racism study, and Mayor Pro Tem Biala is working on that. That's funded in the budget. And we had conversations earlier this week and are continuing to move forward with that plan. So I think the priority list is all being addressed in this budget, and that was an important thing. That was an important thing that we do. So next slide. These are things that are not funded, and we're going to talk about that today in the CIP program, and we may need to talk about other funding sources. So the master plan consultant is not included right now in the budget. We can pick it up, but we'll have to drop other things out. So we'll talk about that later on. I mentioned those 26 streets are not funded. We have some options for the sports center, and we'll talk about that. We don't have any funding right now for our existing parks, but again, we're going to talk about that, and we have a little bit. We just want to explore some options with the council and again, the community and teen center. We just don't have a lot of one-time funds for these type of one-time projects. Next slide. What we have continued to do with the COVID shutdown of things is we've kept our road repair and maintenance program going forward. And so where we've taken the last year and a half cutbacks across the board in the city, and we've stopped some capital projects, have not funded some capital projects, and kept vacant positions full or vacant. But we have completely funded the road and repair program, and we have to do this because we know that if we start to not put money into it, then we fall even further behind. And every year we kind of do that. And later on in this presentation, we'll run through our road program, which we've done previously. So we'll just go over it very quickly. Next slide. So here's the road program. The goal of the council is to get our roads up to a 70 PCI, and a PCI is just a pavement condition index. And we're obviously below that. And from a strategy point of view, and to leverage our funds the best, and this is a problem that we have, is when roads start to get old, typically around 7 years, you do a slurry seal or some other type of chip seal coating. And that really, as you can see from this graph in the green part, it extends that road life tremendously at very little cost. And so when members of our community, they see that their roads are starting to fall apart and turn to gravel in parts and all these cracks, and you'd think intuitively that is the highest priority, and it certainly is a high priority, but the cost to do that is so much that if we allocate our a good portion of the funds to do that, then these other roads that we are trying to maintain, they will start falling into disrepair, and we actually get further behind. And so what the computer program shows is this is the best way, most effective way for us to use our limited dollars to maintain our streets. But the problem is that doesn't address these key, what we call our 26 streets that are in disrepair and are going to continue to get worse. Next slide. This shows our funding sources. And so we've allocated $1.6 million every year from the general fund. And this is largely due to the previous measures that the community approved, measures M and N. And we also passed Measure X on the county-wide basis, and that's given us $600,000. And then this is our gas tax that we get from the state. Another funding source that we want to talk about is going out to bond and pledge all of our Measure X money, which is roughly $600,000, and leverage that to a bond. And we think we can get about a $5.7 million bond. And what that will do is allow us to fix ahead of time a lot of these problem streets that we have. And so that's one of the things that we're proposing, is keep our existing, it's really 2.6, you take the 400,000, 600,000, 1.6. So we're allocating $2.6 million to our roads, which is a phenomenal amount. This community for 45 years has never done that. But we're also saying we should probably go out and bond. Now, next slide, please. In the scenarios here, we have one scenario just continuing what we're doing right now. We call that our baseline scenario. That, as I talked about, we're going to keep our baseline scenario, but leverage our Measure X and go for another $5.7 million bond. That still doesn't address all our problems that we need. And so we need another $5.3 million in addition to that. And so we're going to talk about some options for that $5.3 million. Next slide. This just kind of graphs out over the next 20 years what happens. So the blue is our baseline, and it shows if we continue that 2.6 million over 20 years, we get a little bit better, but we never hit that target of 70, and a lot of our streets are still in really bad condition. Now the front loaded is taking our baseline and then leveraging the Measure X money for that $5.7 million bond, and that's the green one. And so you see that's improving our streets initially. And so for the next 10 years, you're seeing, okay, we've addressed some of these streets, but you can see there's still this huge gap. Really over 20 years, that front loading really works against us. And it's because you're spending a lot of this money on the interest cost of this bond. And so instead of it going all into streets, it's going into interest for the bond. But the advantage of it is we're addressing some of these problem streets up front for the next 10 years.
Lane?
Yes.
I'm sorry. The PCI, what is PCI?
So that's the pavement condition index.
Okay, thank you.
And so our target is 70. When a new road is paved over, or a new road is built, it has an index of 100. And we think 70 is a good road that you can drive, and 80 would be great, but we'll never be able to fund that. So most cities, if you can hit a 70, you're doing very well. Next slide.
Thank you.
I think we'll just skip this one. This one won't help us. Next one, please. What this shows is from these different scenarios, over 20 years, if we just do the baseline, over 20 years, 90% of our residential streets are going to be in good condition. And so that's a good thing. But for 10 years, those roads that are in really bad condition, or 15 years, you're going to get a lot of complaints from people just because their cul-de-sacs are failing. And so long term, it works. But in the short term, it doesn't. But over 20 years, you see in the baseline, what really suffers is our collector and our arterial streets. And those are critical in our road network. Arterials are like Imgen and Del Monte and Reservation, move large volumes of people, get heavy traffic, and they take a lot of money to fund those streets. But you can see that those, we aren't getting anywhere near the revenue. Then a collector is like Bryan Dollar, California, streets like that. And you can see that over the baseline, we still aren't addressing the collectors. And then you show these different scenarios. If we front load it, the residential streets are just the same, but you see our collectors and arterials really start to suffer over the 20-year period of time. And then if the last one is front loaded plus the additional 5.3 million, again, the residential streets are taken care of. The collectors are getting into a good category, and then we'll still need to find some other funding sources for the arterials. The streets are very expensive to maintain. That's the bottom line. Next slide. I think we've kind of talked about this. It's going to, well, actually, let's say here. So in the baseline scenario, these 26 streets that the council has made a top priority, in the baseline, these will be addressed over the next 10 years. And we can't tell you exactly what streets in the year, but over the next 10 years, 18 of those 26 will be repaired. But also means 8 of those streets and then next 10 years will not be addressed. And then in the baseline, plus the 5.7 million, if you bond your Measure X monies, over the next 10 years, only the same 18 will be repaired. They'll just be an accelerated pace that we saw from that graph, but we still are not going to be able to even address all 26 of those streets. And so we're going to need to find an additional funding source to that. And it's just not in the budget. And so we're going to talk later on the CIP presentation of some options. Again, these are ongoing expenditures. And so to address that, you need to increase your ongoing revenues. Next slide. Overall, we have a lot of unfunded needs, and all cities have this. We have them in staffing, we have them in facilities, in vehicles and equipment, capital projects, infrastructure, and in our parks and trails. We just have a lot of unfunded needs, and even your best funded cities still can't fund everything. Next slide. So I want to highlight some problems with our facilities. You know, we estimate that our city hall, our community center, our council chamber, and the community development annex is where our community development and planning and building and public works are, that those facilities over the next 5 years are going to require about $7 million just in maintenance. And this is not going through and renovating the buildings or anything like that. It is just in roof repairs and painting and deterioration and elevators. We just have a lot of expenses for those maintenance costs that we haven't addressed over the time. And so we figure it'll cost about $7 million to do that. But in doing that, you're still going to have these 45-year-old trailers that have just all been hooked together, and they still are not adequate for our meeting space. They're not adequate for staff space. And they're not adequate as we try to reconfigure how we're going to work and meet as a workforce, but also with the public. And we just don't have that space. And so the question is, do you want to be putting $7 million into just keeping these facilities running? And you still haven't addressed the core problem. You're still going to need to replace these facilities. When the general plan was adopted 20 years ago, it was envisioned that these city hall facilities were only going to be here temporarily for 6 months, and that the city was going to move forward on a path of addressing city facilities. And 20 years later, we haven't done it. You know, we just did a rough ballpark of what it would cost to build these city facilities, and unfortunately, I think that 15 to 20 million is going to be a little on the low end. Construction costs have gone up quite a bit, and we took this as an estimate around $300 and $350 a square foot. East Garrison told us they built that fire station down there for about $900 a square foot. It's inconceivable that that you'd have to spend $900 a square foot to build a facility like that. A residential home, I think, used to run here about $200 a square foot in the Dunes and Sea Haven area, and maybe those costs have gone up, but that's roughly what it would cost on a city facility, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to pour. We're going to have these maintenance costs, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to pour that type of money into it and have to go in and still replace the facilities. Next slide. Our police station, believe it or not, is 20 years old, and just our maintenance and some of those ADA renovations that facility is going to need, we think over the next 5 years is going to be $2 million. Again, that's an older facility. When it was built, when cities typically start, you'll have your civic center in the middle, or your city hall in the middle, which is what we did, and you'll typically locate your fire and police facilities in the middle of the city like that. But then as the city grows, that middle doesn't work anymore, especially for your fire, because your community that grows to the north and to the east side and the west side and the south side, your goal is always to hit a 4-minute response. And as we grow up, the fire station here in the middle of the city will not meet that 4-minute response, and that becomes really problematic. Another problem that we have is when the station was built, it was initially wanted to build it long enough for a ladder truck, but because of the limited size and to help save money, it was not built, and we have a huge need for a ladder truck, and it can't fit in this building. So that's a problem. On the south side of the city, where the new homes are being built, we do not meet that 4-minute response time there, and that's going to increasingly get to be a problem as Dunes Phase 2 is built out, as Dunes Phase 3 moves forward, and as additional hotels move forward. We really need to figure out a way to get a station on the south end of the city. The ideal location would be to build a new station at the corner of Imgen in California. We own the property there. And again, we thought we could do that for $7 million. East Garrison is a lot more than that, so that cost might be a little bit more than that. As an alternative, we could look at, we have maintenance sheds down off of 2nd Avenue that we had put $2,000 in this budget just to repair the roofs and stabilize those buildings. And those are a potential short-term solution that maybe for $2 million, we could renovate those buildings to where you could house a ladder truck and some engine companies. The problem with that location is if the city annexes CSU and B property in that area, then that station would not be able to meet the 4-minute response time that those areas do. And so then it really becomes the ideal location is IMGen in California, but that's a new station. Eventually, we'll need to build a station on the north end of the city. And again, our studies indicate the ideal location for that would be in the Vince DiMaggio Park area. And there's a lot of different locations we can look at. But again, you're talking 7 to probably 10 million or maybe a little bit more to build a station with that. Now, those impact fees cover part of those stations, but the problem is it takes impact fees, 10, 15, 20 years to collect sufficient impact fees to build those stations. In the meantime, you have the need for those 4-minute response times up front. And so those are issues that we have on our police and fire end. Next slide. The community center, teen center, skate park, that was on a council priority. That's about $1 million. We don't have a funding source for that. We've always been talking about the senior center. We had some designs. We tried to get CDBG funds. We've looked at different grant funds, and there certainly is a need for a facility for our seniors, and as that population continues to grow. The Arts Village, we've allocated $1.35 million in the budget this year to stabilize those facilities. But to actually build them out would be, we estimate, another $3 to $5 million. The sports center is, right now we estimate $3 million, the aquatic center, $8 million. The white church next to that, we've stabilized that building, but it'd be about $1 million to build that out. And I guess just to reiterate, the senior center, that we think it's important that it's $3 million for that. And then the total blight we have is about $18 million. And we don't have sufficient money coming in from our blight bond, but that just gives you an overview of that. Next slide. Then we have unfunded staffing needs. With that SAFER grant, and we're building that cost up in our current budgets, we've added a second engine company that currently has 2 firefighters, and to have it fully staffed like we'd want, that takes 3 firefighters. We'd need to add an additional 3 firefighters, and that's a cost of $400,000 annually. And again, we're still trying to, still funding in the budget the initial 2 firefighters that helped us to get that second engine company going. And we have a huge need for a deputy chief and a fire marshal. We just don't have the time and bandwidth to do a lot of fire prevention. We contract all of our fire marshal inspections out and review of plan checks. But even greater than that, we're just a size department. We're having a fire chief and just one division chief. They burn out very quickly, and that's just a needed position that we have. The reason that the cost is $125,000, actually it is more than that, but that cost gets offset with when they do the plan checks, we collect revenue from that. So that also has some revenue that offsets that, and that's why that cost is only $125,000. Then we have a need for a ladder truck, and that's $1.5 million. And again, we don't have any funding source for these. And these staffing needs, these are not needs to fund from one-time funds. These have to come from ongoing revenue sources. On the police end, we have a records management system that our old one has now lost all software support, and other cities in our county that have had these older systems, they're switching and get a new system, and we're to that point. We also know that in the future, we're just going to need more police officers and more clerks and technicians to accommodate our growth needs. And again, that's ongoing revenue that we don't have. I think Monterey County has said they have a social worker that they've offered that if we want to pay for that cost, we can have a social worker come and they would respond to certain types of cases that a police officer would typically respond to. Monterey has said that they are interested in doing that, and they would fund $75,000. And if we wanted to do that, we'd have to kick in $75,000. Again, that's an ongoing revenue source that we don't have a funding for that yet in our budget. Next slide. On the administration end, we're getting these below market houses and affordable houses that we have to manage. The city, because we have all this former affordable property, we have built a lot of leases out here, and they're not being managed properly just because we don't have a person to manage these. And so that's a need that we need, is someone to oversee all of our housing, our leases, and work on grants for those. We have a human resource analyst that processes just our day-to-day paperwork on the human resource end. And we try to pick up the slack on really human resource manager direct work. I pick it up. Eric Frost, when he is here, he picked it up. Matt helps with that, but we really need a dedicated HR manager or director. On the public works side, as we build these new parks and we try to improve our streets, and we are constantly getting complaints about our lighting, our landscaping. We just need staff to do that, and what they project our needs are is 4 maintenance workers, and that's a cost of $300,000 a year. We also have a need just from our existing workload is for an associate engineer. And those are our primary public works unfunded needs. Next slide. In our community development department, what we have is a planning manager that primarily oversees all of our current planning efforts. And then we have a senior planner and an associate planner, and these all handle just our current planning projects. What we don't have is anyone dedicated to our long-range planning. And this is issues that deal with our local coastal program. This is our general plan. This is updates to our general plan. We have general plan text amendments. We're always getting requests to update our sign ordinance, fence, or all these ordinances. And the problem is we don't have a long-range planner dedicated to do that. And we have to try to pull that from our current planners. When you have applications coming in nonstop and you have these state mandated guidelines, we're just never able to get to it, especially now that we're moving forward with our general plan update and a master plan to look at Cypress Knolls. There certainly is a need for a long-range planner to oversee all that. Then we also know that we get complaints, and the council gets complaints regularly about code enforcement. And the problem is we just have code enforcement really staffed to handle just the big complaints as they come in and life safety issues. But we know that we need a dedicated code enforcement officer. We also know that on the state end, that we're getting more and more mandates coming down for recycling and more mandates coming down on environmental permitting. And that just means we need staff out there to make sure that the commercial businesses and businesses are compliant with these mandates that are coming down. And then our recreation and cultural services, when you look at our staffing, is just minimal. And we know that as we expand our services to meet more senior programs and adult youth recreation programs or youth programs, it will just take additional staffing and help, but we don't have anything quantified on that. Next slide. So I think this is a good stopping point. Do you have any questions up to this point? It's kind of gloom and doom to this point of, and I apologize for that, but that's just the realities.
Right. Thank you, Lane. I don't see gloom and doom. I see it very differently. But let's start with Councilmember David Bennett. Thank you, Lane, for disclosing so much information that's relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question, Lane. The 26 streets that were identified as being the most worst or in the worst condition, could you provide a ranking what the PCI says about their condition? So I have some kind of condition about the 26 and what the how they compare to each other. And my second question is, we've all been inside of the city facilities, city hall, community center, council chambers, and we feel that they are they're adequate, but they don't reflect well, I think, on the professional staff that we have and reflecting on the future, the bright future that we see for our city. And I'm just wondering, there seems to be a lot of, maybe you could explain that, vacant office space. And I'm wondering if maybe leasing some existing office space might relieve some of the ongoing concerns and give us a little breather so we can actually maybe remove the current mobile facilities and start planning something else. Those are my two questions.
Okay, let me default to Brian on the, or do you want, Mayor, do you want to take all the questions first and then answer them, or?
Yeah, take these two, and then we'll go to each other council member and take the questions in turn as they come up, hopefully one at a time.
Okay,
Don't have to.
Brian, can you help with that PCI on the 26 streets?
Those 26 streets were identified as basically failed streets. Anything below a 25, we basically consider it failed. So they require a lot of maintenance, a lot of potholes. You know, from a traffic standpoint, they're residential streets. They don't see a high volume of traffic, but the reality is for these streets, everybody that lives on those streets, every trip they make starts and ends on that street. So they see that every day, but it doesn't see a lot of through traffic or traffic from going to other business in the city.
Okay, and the second question, I guess, relates to whether or not we could rent some of the existing office space as a temporary solution to our current city offices.
We can definitely rent. Our concern is on that maintenance end. We still are going to have these huge maintenance costs that are going to be coming up. And so if we rent, we're going to have maintenance in addition to rental costs on top of that.
Well, I was going to say we could remove the existing buildings, and that would give us an incentive to build and replace them. But okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lane, for that presentation, and to your staff. Very, very comprehensive. I have like 3 different versions of it over the last couple of weeks. I'm going to start with my questions. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're banded in the areas of concern or relating to my question. So we're going to start with administration. Number 1, when we talk about a bond measure, what risks are involved, and could we go, first of all, what risks are involved? And could we go further and call it an infrastructure bond, because that would take care of not only our streets, but possibly some of the new buildings that we're talking about? And then I have others. Do you want me to take one by one?
Sure. So the infrastructure, realistically, the type of bond that would have to go for is probably a general obligation bond, similar to what we did with the library. And so there's not a lot of risk with that, other than if you make it a dedicated type bond instead of just not going to the general fund, then your threshold goes from 50% to 66 2/3%. And
Threshold of the passage.
Right, the passage. So so if it's a dedicated use, and it really kind of sounds backwards. You would think under state law that if you had a general use that would be a higher percentage, but that's what the state law is. So if you said we're only going to do infrastructure, we would have a threshold of 66 2/3. And so like our previous bonds, when we did those, we kept them, they were going to the general fund, but we said these are the types of things that they would be going to: infrastructure, police, public safety, parks. But it was not an absolute requirement.
Okay, so it's more lax than just going general than dedicated. But
Correct.
there is more accountability to taxpayers when you do say that it is a dedicated, right?
Correct.
Okay. Kind of going off of that, the new infrastructure bill, do we know enough about it to know whether or not there'll be trickle down to us? And I bet that's going to take some time, but might that be some leverage as well? Or again, those are one-time monies. Do we know?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I think most of it, as I've read, a lot of it, the infrastructure is going to broadband. It's going to public transportation, uses like that, bridges. I don't think a lot of that is going to local roads. If it,
Okay.
in fact, I doubt that any would go to local roads.
Interesting. Okay. Back to admin. Two questions. One, the policy right now has been through COVID of working from home. Is that working for us? And is that a way to sort of, I'm kind of thinking of several steps ahead if we decide to move forward with any kind of revisions or anything. Tell me about the policy from working from home. Is it advantageous to allowing us to do some things, some cleanup, as big companies are finding that, the physical location is no longer necessary? I know we're customer service oriented, so the public needs to go somewhere, but does the person who runs payroll have to do it from an office?
We just had that discussion in our executive team meeting today, and the police department has, they've always been here. They've never worked from home. Our fire hasn't, recreation hasn't. Most of our community development, they're back in the office just because what they do doesn't work from home. We've had our HR and some of our finance staff are the only ones that are working from home, and we're having discussion about the need to bring them back, not only as we get ready to open up our hopefully our city facilities in the next little bit, but also just from access for our staff. We are starting to get a lot of requests from the other departments that they just need to have our finance staff here and our HR staff here. And so I think that long term, we are looking at maybe doing some flexible policies where we may have some 980 schedules, 410 schedules, or in certain positions that they may be able to work a day or 2 days from home. But we're so small that we definitely won't have any dedicated positions to just work from home.
Okay, so it sounds to me that's kind of a policy you're trying to figure out. You don't really have an answer. Just seems in some businesses they're cutting costs in some ways by not having the full-time staff there. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to admin. Can you give us a picture of what we're spending in consulting costs as compared to what we'd spend in hiring them? Specifically, I'm thinking, planning, and secondly, don't developers pay for staff? So for example, if we were to move ahead with some sort of Cypress Knolls development or anything else, isn't there some monies that come our way to support that?
Yes. So typically, we have a reimbursement agreement. Not typically, we have reimbursement agreements with like Marina Station, as we've been working with the developer there, with Dunes, as we've been working with them to get their project entitled and moving forward. And so we do get reimbursed with the cost to do that. But a lot of our planning costs are not reimbursable. Like I think you'll see when on the actual budget, because a large part of planning, like the community development director, is overseeing projects, and we have so many specific plans and settlement agreements, and your CEQA is not yet covered, and we have local coastal programs and all these maintenance things, and your long range plan and your general plan and stuff like that. Those are not recovered with fees, and so we typically cover the actual processing of permits and things like that. We cover, but there's probably a half of our planning department costs are not covered, and those are just general questions and maintaining those unfunded mandates that we have to do. On the building side, those costs are typically recovered 100% because those are primarily building inspection, and so they review those final plan checks and building inspection. Again, the fees typically cover all those costs.
And we did have a rate study, didn't we, or a fee study that we did and increase fees? Okay.
Yeah.
So to answer back to the question of what percentage of consultants do we use versus hiring those positions, and I do understand that the hiring position requires ongoing dedicated funds. So if we're spending $1 million in consulting fees, we would be spending $600,000 on staff or something like that. Do you have any estimates?
Yeah, so we have a consultant as a project manager overseeing the Marina Station project that you'll be, I think that'll be for you on September 8th. So we have a hired consultant to oversee all of that. We have a consultant that oversees all of the Dunes project. And we have those costs are reimbursed 100%. But with that, in all of our meetings, we have our staff involved. And then we have CSG is our primary consultant on our engineering end, and they do all our engineering reviews on our plan check, and those costs for the most part are recovered 100%. Then we have all these other consultants because we don't have project managers in our engineering end. So we have consultants that are like the stockade removal project and the removal of these blight projects and any type of construction project. We have consultants to do that. There is a balance. I think you are correct that consultants are expensive, and like one of the things we'll be proposing on the budget is to reconvert this code enforcement building inspector to a full-time position. We're hiring a consultant to do that 100% right now, and so we're going to propose to bring that back and fund it, and that'll typically be cheaper. I think the consultant rates they go anywhere from $150 to $300 an hour, which is definitely more than our staff cost. So as we can find staff, and we definitely have a need for more planning staff, and we're working on trying to hire those. And like we put some of those in the budget there, like long range planner. We just hired a new associate planner. We're still recruiting for a senior planner. So that kind of answer most of your question.
Yeah. It just bothers. I mean, I shouldn't say bothers. It worries me that we may be creating a bottleneck because we don't have sufficient staff to move projects along. So it's almost like a wait your turn in line, or is it a kind of a wait your turn in line? And is there a bottleneck occurring?
Honestly, the bottlenecks occur when projects don't follow what our code it says, and so when a project comes in and they need lot line adjustments, and they need different things, and they need text amendments, those take a lot longer to process. And what happens is the application comes in, it goes back and forth multiple times for red lines, and if a project is straightforward, meets all of our code requirements, doesn't require any amendments to anything, those will generally go through pretty quick. And we have state mandates under state law that we got to process those through quickly. And so the problems just occur when they aren't straightforward. We always say if somebody hires a good architect, that project will go really quick. When they don't have a good architect, that's where you typically see the problems.
Okay, thank you. One last one. Now this is all back to fire. You said that the new developments do not meet a 4-minute response time. Is that a national standard? Is that an insurance standard? If it's and also, do you know as a result of that, if there's any penalties, any punitive action, or are people seeing it, or maybe they are, that's punitive, seeing it on their insurance bills? What is the cause and effect of having not that 4-minute response time?
I'll let
And
Chief-
do we hold any responsibility if something were to happen outside of that 4-minute response time?
I'll have Chief McCown answer that. On the liability end, no, we don't have a liability. A lot of cities have a lot worse response times than that. You have areas of the county that are the far out corners. Your response time is 15, 20 minutes in some of those areas. So if the 4-minute is a standard, a goal that you try to meet, but the chief can go into more detail on that.
Yeah, so the standard is a 4-minute driving time. It doesn't include the time it takes for someone to call 911. Doesn't take, to answer the phone and then dispatch it, nestle at it on top. What you can't control is the 4 minutes. So it usually takes 6 to 7 minutes to actually get to the call. So what the difference is, there's two things that can happen. One is the service level to the folks that we're providing service. So obviously, someone lives outside that time, and we could go into the charts that show the medical intervention, and which, that's something I think I was expressed before, because I've experienced that where I used to work where we had longer response times. And the big difference, just the service level we provide to the community. And so the goal is to provide the same level of service to everywhere in the community. The other thing, as far as your question on insurance rates, we have a very good ISO rating currently. What could happen as the city builds out and we're not able to meet our response times and everything, what they happen in other parts of the county, so you get different ISO ratings based on your
ISO?
insurance services office as one of the standard formulas that they use to rate your insurance premiums. And what can happen is, like, for example, my previous employer, they measured how far you are from a fire station. And if you're more than, at that time, it was more than 5 miles, 4 miles from a fire station, then your ISO rating went from a 4 to a 7 to a 10, depending on how far away you were. And basically, ISO rating of 1 is the best. So, for example, around here, Pebble Beach, I think they have an ISO rating of 1. A 2 is extremely well. And I think like Monterey, I think Seaside, Salinas have a 2. We're at a 3 or a 4, and which is still a really good rating. And we're real close to being able to, increase our rating the way it is. So, but all those things affect the amount of insurance that people pay. And I think that, it kind of goes back down to this, and the standard, it's a national standard. The fire departments across the country try to meet.
So is it correct to say the going outside that 4-minute window does cost people money, higher insurance rates, and it could cost people's lives if you can only live without oxygen and a paramedic for 2 minutes? Is that right?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure exactly where the ISO in our city would have to wait till we get built out before it makes a difference. But we're getting close to that. The, seconds count and medical aids. And, I don't want to say that but every second counts. And I think, it's proven, especially when it becomes to CPR, other things, and we have quite a few people since I've been here that are walking and talking because of efforts of our firefighters. And, and that's the kind of one of the things, where my previous employer, we had such long response time. I don't have near those types of stories that we do here in the city of Marina.
Okay. Well, thank you for that overview, and thank you for all you do. I'm hoping we could plan for some future ability to address those very, very life-saving work that your department does in the facilities that are needed. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Councilmember Berkeley?
Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple of questions. Our general plan, when do we anticipate getting that done?
We're going to try to get the consultant on board this fall. And then we expect it'll take at least 2 years, that process. A lot of it just depends on the public engagement portion and how much we want to engage the public.
Okay, so that means our general plan realistically won't be done until the earliest at the end of 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I say that because a lot of these other things may be impacted based upon our general plan. As far as Cypress Knolls or the sports center or the community center, teen center, is that correct?
Yes and no. The general plan, it has different elements. It looks at your housing element. It has elements. We'll look at land use. So I'm not so sure that it addresses your parks and recreation. I'm not sure that it will. Those things could potentially change.
Okay. And then also, when we talk about the upgrading of our existing parks and open spaces, are we taking into account that we are in a drought and very likely will be for the foreseeable future?
Yes. And I think as we look at our active parks, we will be able to get recycled water to those parks, and that should be hopefully coming on board, maybe even potentially 6 months. And so that will help our active parks. And then one of the things that you can look at is artificial turf. The cost goes up significantly, but I think as we start to move forward with the development of these parks, especially our active use parks, those are things we'll definitely have to look at and talk about.
Okay. So that raises a question also when we're talking about our budget, and if that's something when we upgrade our parks, if we want to invest that kind of money in infrastructure. So to that point, you mentioned a bond, and Councilmember Medina Dirksen also mentioned the bond for the parks. Do you have a guesstimation of the cost of that bond? So as far as interest or anything like that, or and also the maximum number of the maximum amount you could get for a bond.
Yeah, I would. The thing is, because we're actually a city that has very little debt. Most cities, typically the way that you build your facilities is through bonds, because you can never save up money for city facilities, and it's because the construction cost will almost always outpace your ability to save money for it. And the other thing that it's not a good idea is you may save up 10 or 15 years, and so your taxpayers who are paying their taxes for a sports center, for a park, for a fire, facility, they're paying taxes and they're not getting the benefit of these facilities at all. And it's really in the generation or two or three generations down that they get that benefit. And so that's why you typically bond for facilities. From an equity point of view, the people that are benefiting from that are paying for that. But also you'll never save be able to save money for a facility. The construction cost will just always outpace your ability to save.
Okay, thank you. Moving then to roads. So aside from these 26 roads, I have in my notes from an earlier conversation that it would be, and I'm just checking if I'm correct here, that it would cost about $2.8 million once our roads are at a solid base, that it would take a maintenance cost of $2 million per year. Is that correct?
Brian, you jump in on that number. I do know that once we get to where we want to be with our 70 PCI, then our annual road cost will drop. But I don't think we'll be at that point for 20 years. But once we get our roads up to a level, then our maintenance cost will be able to come down. Our problem is for the city's 45 years old, and probably for 20, 30 years, we really didn't put anything into maintenance cost. And so what we're seeing, where I talked about that little graph that showed if you did every 7 years, you're maintaining your streets, we wouldn't be in this problem today. But for 30 years, we didn't have the funds to do that. And so they're just all built up and they've all hit us at one time now.
Okay.
Right, excuse me, Lisa. Brian, can you try to chime in there
Well,
and see if that
No,
2.8 million?
I'm guessing that's from when Edry made the presentation, and he's been working with the numbers more closely, and that's probably a realistic number at 20 years out. But I think the focus right now is really, we got to get to that 70 before we can even talk about what it's going to cost to maintain beyond that.
So Brian, if you were going to paint the ideal picture, we would allocate 70 million now and then immediately start 3.
It would be the scenario 3 with our typical 2.6 million plus 5.7 million bond, and then the 5.3 million general fund. So we don't get that spike and then it drops off. It gets us to the 70. We stay closer to the 70.
Okay, all right. I think based on the other responses that I've heard, that addresses most of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let's see, I've got maybe four and a half questions. So the first one is on page 28. It says facilities overview. Now, can I consider these unfunded facilities overview? They're unfunded facility projects or whatever. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So on the bottom, remaining blight, the 18 million, I remember we had the 3 tiers, right? So the first tier and the second tier have all been funded. So essentially when you say remaining blight, you're talking about the tier 3.
Yes, but actually that's probably, we have allocated 4.1 million for the Dunes area and probably 1.1 for 31 homes in Cypress Knolls. So that really, probably the remaining blight by itself is probably more closer to 13 million.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I know you said we in the past 20 years or 40 years, we haven't really spent a lot on streets. And just because now we're responding to it, I just want to get the contrast. So when did our current street planning occur? When did we adopt that? And when did we start doing repairs?
So we have never really did a pavement condition inspection. So when I got here in 2013, we contracted out and did our first pavement condition inspection. I think that was somewhere around 2013, 2014. And then when we looked at that, we came to the council and we said, We said, I can't remember what that dollar amount is. Maybe Brian might, but we said, we need to allocate these types of dollars immediately for the next couple of years. If we don't, this cost is going to go up exponentially. The problem was at that point in time, our budget, we were operating at 1.5 million annual deficit, and the money just wasn't there. And so what happened is really quickly, what we talked about was the road repairs, they start to spike. And so really the council started dedicating, it was really with measures M and N, that when we got that extra 1.6 million, as soon as we got that, that's when we really started pumping the money into the streets.
Okay, and that was like 2018 then, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So we had Measure X passed in 2016. Then we had another update of the pavement management system in 2017, and our first project would have hit, I believe it was 2018. So you had, measures M and N, Measure X, and you had state SB1 gas tax adjustment. All kind of came together so that we could have a pavement program now.
Right. But in terms of allocation and spending of our budgets in the recent past, right now there is a dramatic increase in the amount that we are spending for our streets. Yes.
Absolutely.
Going
from 0 to 2.6 million, that's a pretty big percentage jump.
Yes. Okay. And I just want to highlight that because when we're spending so much, that means maybe that we're not able to spend on other things. So I just want to make that really clear. There's a dramatic change recently. Now, if you say that the failed streets are, and I know Lane, you're going to address this in a minute, but there's, how many, 25 streets, no, more than that.
26
below 25 PCI. And
Right.
That's where it's going to take a huge amount of dollars to get to that if we break with our current plan. My question is there a way, and I know you're going to talk about the bonds maybe in relationship to this or other funding sources, but does it help at all just to do some Band-Aid fixes if we can't get to it right away? Or is that just throwing money out? Like, I know not a slurry, but just to kind of, they do these patches on streets. And is that just a total waste of money?
I'll let you answer that, Brian.
Yeah, we've been running scenarios and trying to look at the best way to improve the streets and address the backlog. And really, we do send maintenance crews out there to fill potholes and stuff like that, and that will continue to go on. But taking money away from keeping, other streets that come up in the scenarios, ultimately in the long run ends up with a bigger backlog in those scenarios that we've been running.
Great. Okay. Understood. Let's see. Later on, because I'm following what you're presenting, Lane, but ultimately it's so much like I can't tell what you want from us, like unfunded. There's all kinds of things. There's facilities and overview of unfunded. Then there's a priority list, and it seems like those are unfunded. And then the 26 worst streets, and then the departmental unfunded needs. It's like, my head's kind of swimming. Like I need like a one list of saying, here is what you have to spend, and here is what your choices are, essentially, because I can't organize it like this, but hopefully that'll all come out at some point.
Yes, we'll talk about that more in the capital improvement part.
Okay, great, thank you.
All
That's
right, thank
yeah.
you, Kathy. Okay, I'm going to share my screen so that I can ask these questions and it'll make a little more sense. Lane, can you see the screen I'm sharing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All these numbers I've sent you, and we've discussed them on occasion. So I learned some things today, like the Dunes Phase 3, 13.5 million. But looking at these numbers, my first question is, if you look on the center part of this, missing from budget, the $3 million for Water City Sports Center, can you look at the funding sources above and theoretically, is the general fund 3.4 mil available for that? Theoretically, I'm not saying we do it or it's smart, but just theoretically.
Yes,
Okay, and then theoretically, the land sale revenues in project.
um,
I know you want them for economic gain, but just theoretically, are those available?
theoretically they are.
Okay, and then theoretically, the blight removal, we had 8.5 million, we allocated something like 7.2. So the 1.3 blight removal monies that are remaining, theoretically, could those go to rehab the sports center, Water City Roller Hockey?
Yes.
Okay, all right. If we had a $36 million bond to cover a lot of our unfunded facilities for police and fire, teen center, senior center, aquatic center, and a civic center. If we had a $36 million bond, approximately what would that cost property owners in, per $100,000 of assets? Do we have do you have any ballpark figure for that?
You know, I was trying to get that for tonight, and I wasn't able yet to get it, but I think, and don't hold me to this, but I think you might be talking in the range of 25, and this is not per 100,000, but you might be in the range of $25 to $50 a month per, say, residential household.
25 and 50, let's say 50 for being conservative. 50 a month times 12 is $600 a year. And that you're thinking that's for a $36 million bond or for a $10 million bond? What were you thinking?
Right. So, and again, like if we have, say, 5,000 residential households, like we know that when we send out mailers, we send out to over 10,000. But actual homes, I think we might be closer to 5,000. So if you just looked at 5,000, took that times the 600, that's $3 million a year. And so you'd be looking at, and that doesn't include the commercial properties, so that would increase with commercial properties. I think that would be in the ballpark to pay for a bond like that.
Okay. All right. As Kathy mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, we have various pages tonight presented of unmet needs. Has the fire department given you a list of unmet needs in a priority order?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That would be really good, I think, for us to see. And has the police department given you a list of unmet needs in prioritized order?
Well, like the fire are there are three simple ones. It's bring the second engine company up to 3, add a ladder truck, and a facility to house that ladder truck. And those are the top priorities right now in the fire department, in addition to the deputy chief fire marshal.
Okay, is the deputy chief the third priority in those 3?
I would, those are, I think, pretty much all equal priorities.
Okay, so we don't yet have a list that says 1, 2, 3 with
No.
a cost. Okay, do we have a list of 1 through X prioritized from the police department of unmet needs and what they would do as they got more money?
No, we just know that we will need more police officers as we grow.
Okay, well, I see records and I see mental health, and I like Kathy, it's hard to layer that. And so having a prioritized list from each department with costs, I think it would make it simpler for us, unprofessional firefighter and police officer folks to try to help. Has the planning department given you a list that we could see of their unmet needs that are prioritized?
Yeah, and those are what we've covered. So the long range planner
Is number 1.
Correct. The long range planner,
is your first priority from community development.
Correct.
Okay, so can we kind of assume that they're already in prioritized order, the way you presented them in the slide presentation?
Yes, those are essentially all prioritized. Those are their top priorities in all the departments.
And the top priorities, are they in order, the way that we're seeing it in the staff report?
No,
Okay,
I think they're all kind of equal.
so there's no priority, they're all number one, they're equal.
Yes.
Okay, all right. The Los Arboles Sports Complex Recreation Office has an unsafe, it's signed as unsafe. And we had an injury to an employee because it's unsafe. And I've been told a couple of times that it's coming to be repaired. Is there an update? And how much is that going to cost? Are we doing that within this budget?
Yes, we are. That cost us about $50,000.
Okay, what's the time frame on that?
As soon as council approves it.
Okay, so it's not allocated yet. We have to approve this budget for the contract to be let to fix that.
Correct.
Yeah, that wasn't what I thought, you know, the indication I was told. Maybe we could have jumped on it sooner if we knew we needed that specific decision for 50K. Similarly, on the Hay Circle swap, one of the priorities is to have it done this year, I think by October, November. How are we doing on that?
We're moving along.
Do you think we'll make that prioritized deadline?
Yes, I do.
Oh, great. That's great. And I've asked before, the median, Del Monte Boulevard median landscaping demonstration project that we approved and allocated funding for a few years ago. What's the timeline on that, if there is one?
That all gets back to your downtown vitalization plan. They're working on a cross-section of streetscape plan with that. And
that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to a project that we approved funding for years ago to do that piece between, I think, Rain Dollar and the on-ramp to show the city what we might be doing all over. It wasn't connected to the downtown revitalization, to my recall. It's something we approved a few years ago, like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure the dollar amount. We just don't have any staff to work on that.
Okay.
Everything is going on mandated development projects, mandated. We just don't have staff to do any discretionary thing, projects like that, even if it's funded.
Okay, so that's a project on the shelf.
For right now, correct.
Okay. The recent study we did for the fire department, in its conclusions, recommendations, did it include a table of organization? Like in the future, we need battalion chiefs or whatever the table of organization is, you know, in the out years. Did it include that?
Chief, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'd have to research the fire study. It did address the staffing and the need for staffing and having a baseline engine companies, and we don't meet that staffing needs today. So, and it also talked about some of these other staffing issues, but there was not physically a chart.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right, Chief. Thank you. Neighboring cities have battalion chiefs, and we're a smaller department, so it's understandable from different perspectives why we don't. The two firefighters, the 2 to 3 firefighters that are recommended here, and the fire marshal, can any of that, the fire marshal duties or the firefighter duties, be covered? Let's say if we had 3 companies, how many battalion chiefs would we need?
So what we're proposing in the way that we have our long-range plan built out is the division chief also doubles as the battalion chief duties. You know, I don't see us being for like Monterey or Salinas, say that actually have battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs, you know, and so on. The model that we're proposing here is the division chief would also do on-call duty chief, which is the battalion chief's type functions. So that's why our priority is to have the 3 firefighters to staff the second engine company. And then the fire marshal would also be a division chief along with the fire marshal duties, it would also be doing shift duties. And then our long-term plan is for a third one, because we don't have anybody to do administration, maintenance, policies, and those EMS, and those types of things. So that's why like the city manager mentioned, our current needs is the 3 firefighters, the fire marshal, and then the truck.
Okay, so the division chief, do you need 1 per company?
At full build out, we would need 1 per company, yes. And I think unless our department gets really bigger, I think that's a model that's real efficient.
Okay.
And it works well. I mean, it's obviously the more staff you have, the more things you can do. But I think, with a 2 or 3 station fire department, that if we have a model for the administrative, that's three division chiefs and a fire chief, I think that allows a fire chief to do his or her job, and allows everybody else to do their job. And then if you expand out, then you need to look at, adjusting the model.
All right. Chief, I'm ignorant on this point, so I'm asking this question. What's the difference between a division chief and a battalion chief?
So typically a battalion chief, they work the same shift as a captain, a firefighter, and engineer. For example, we have an A shift, B shift, and C shifts. So typically, not always, a battalion chief will be 1 battalion chief for A shift, a battalion chief for B shift, and a battalion chief for C shift. And they work a 48-96 or a 56-hour work week. A division chief works a 40-hour work week plus, and doesn't normally take call, but in our case, our division chiefs would actually take the duty call. For example, I'm on call right now, the duty chief call. So to get a structure fire, actually I have palm covering, but typically I'd be going. So I do the duty chief, go to all the calls during the day or whenever my covering the shift. And that's kind of the main difference between the battalion chief and the division chiefs.
Okay.
When you get,
I'm sorry.
yeah, so when you get a larger department, say Salinas, they have shift battalion chiefs, and they also have battalion chiefs in charge of training. And then they also have a deputy chief. Some of the training battalion chiefs work a 40-hour work week, things like that.
Okay. If we had in the future 3 division chiefs, would they amongst them be able to do most of the deputy chief and fire marshal chief duties so that we wouldn't need those 3 positions and a deputy chief / fire marshal?
I think if we hired up, instead of a deputy chief, we would hire a division chief / fire marshal. So as we expand what we need today, we hire a division chief / fire marshal.
Okay.
Then that person would, along with the fire marshal duties, be also responding to calls and have to be able to function as a battalion chief, so to speak, too.
Right. Okay. Thank you for teaching me some things I didn't know. All right. Those are the only questions that I had. So, council, would you be okay going to the public now before we have a motion, or how would you like to proceed?
Yep.
And I'll stop sharing the screen as soon as I can figure that out.
Let's hear from the public, I'd say.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but Mayor, we still haven't finished this part of the presentation. This is just kind of a stopping point.
I will stop share. Let's go then to the capital improvement project, and then we'll go to the public.
And actually, we haven't completed this part of the we aren't quite ready to shift into the capital improvement program yet.
Okay. I thought we were done with the first preliminary budget piece.
Just a couple more things. So these are options that we have in the future. When you're in a tourist area like our area, one of the avenues for revenue growth is transient occupancy tax, or the TOT tax, or hotel tax. And we are definitely growing in this area. We're still way behind some of our neighboring cities. We don't collect nearly as much, but we have one hotel under construction. We have another hotel that has submitted an application. Next week, on the 17th, you're going to be hearing proposals from 4 other hoteliers to build approximately 2 or 3 additional hotels, 300 rooms. And so best case scenario, if these 5 hotels, or roughly 500 hotel rooms, get built, we potentially could be generating an additional $2.3 million in the next 3 to 5 years. And that's a good positive thing. That's a good revenue source. It's fairly stable when you're in a a tourist area like ours, but when you have downturns, you definitely lose that revenue source. And so that is coming down the road. If you only have 1 or 2 hotels, then that dollar amount is less. And that would be something that would go into our ongoing revenue base. And so in the previous slide where he showed all these unmet staffing needs, this is a revenue base that could be used to address those. We also know that we have Dunes Phase 2 that's taken down, and Dunes Phase 3 is that's the phase where the city gets the most land sale revenue from the project. And right now, they say possibly in 3 to 5 years, we would get those revenues. And so that's a big one-time hit of revenue. And it's probably the largest one-time hit of revenue that the city will get in our whole history of our city. And so I think we need to be very thoughtful and keep that on the back of our minds, that if they pull down Phase 3, and at this point, as the homes keep on selling, it looks like they'll be doing that. If things slow down, that they may not. But at this point, just to keep that aware, that's $13.5 million that you essentially have the discretion to spend how you want. But that'll be our largest and our really major land sale. And so my only caveat would be, we really need to strategically think about that and how we want to leverage that to get the most out of this one-time large land sale. We wanted to mention that these 4 blight removal funds, and you had kind of asked the question about that in the slide. Between the 4 blight bond fund and the escrow bonds, we have a total of $15 million, and we're primarily allocating those towards blight removal. At least at this point, the council's allocated $1.35 million to stabilize the Arts Village, so that we have that opportunity as an economic development source down the road. But those bonds can be used for rehabilitation and renovation of these buildings on former Fort Ord property. And so that could be used for the sports center, that could be used for the aquatic center, that could be used for the White Church, that could be used for the maintenance sheds. So that is an option. The downside is when you shift the monies from the blight removal to the renovation, we just won't have all the funds that we want for blight removal. But we know that now that these lands are no longer in the Superfund site, that we can apply for grant monies. And when we get a little bandwidth, we're going to start applying for these grant monies. And what we're told is there's typically about 800,000 in a shot. Now, with that infrastructure package that President Biden approved, there could be monies for some things like blight removal. Then we also have these FORA, but they were former FORA CFD fees that we have development agreements with the Dunes and Sea Haven. And those fees are targeted for, they're very specific. These are obligations that the city took when FORA went away, and there's specific roads that the city took on those obligations. All the habitat management and all the habitat mitigation, the city took responsibility for, and then also all that, the blight and the removal and the renovation of that blight. And so those fees could be used for any of those, and we're just starting to build up those fees. One of our developers is challenging us on being able to levy those fees, and we're currently in mediation regarding that. But those fees could be used for blight removal. And so I put this out as you're kind of looking at, we have different pots. Maybe you can shift a use from one pot and then backfill it from another pot. And so these are just options that are out there. We already talked about the general obligation bond. And honestly, if you're going to build any facilities, that really is your only avenue to do that. And the community did it with the library, and that's how you typically do it with some of these other types of uses and facilities. The city previously had a utility user tax, and that went away. That is, we kind of look at the state has given cities really 4 prongs to operate your cities. One prong is the property tax, and the largest portion of property tax goes to school districts, 60%. Then the next largest portion goes to your counties and then you get some special districts, and then the city, we typically get around 16% of the property tax. So that's one prong that the state gives us. Now, for us to move the Dunes project forward, like a lot of this growth in property tax, that was in an RDA, and so a lot of that property tax is actually funneling back to the Dunes, and that is helping that project to move forward. And so we aren't typically getting all the huge property tax increase that you would see for a project like that. The other prong that the state gives us is sales tax, and this was the measure, the sales tax measures that this community approved. First, it was the 1% additional sales tax, and then they approved the additional 0.5%, I think, through 2036. And that sales tax is critical, but to put it in perspective of our region, our per capita sales tax is about $2,200 a person. So the sales tax that is generated is about $2,200 a person. Every other community, Seaside, Delray Oaks, Monterey, Pacific Grove, they are all in 4,000 and above their per capita sales tax. And so even though we have this sales tax prong, we get half as much sales tax as our neighboring cities. And part of this is because we have huge leakage, meaning that the big box retails and the auto dealerships that you get a huge amount of your sales tax revenue, those have already been laid out where those dealerships are, and we just don't have those opportunities for those to come in to our community. But it also shows that we aren't attracting all the tourist dollars that we do. Monterey gets a ton of sales tax dollars from tourists, and so there's a combination of our residents go out to buy these sales tax or these services at other communities, and the other communities get the sales tax benefit. And so we have a lot of leakage. we don't get all the tourist dollars. And so we should be getting, for average of all the other cities in the peninsula, we would be getting double our sales tax revenue. And that sales tax portion right now is 2.8 million that comes to us. And so if our per capita is just what everyone else, we would get close to another $2.8 million. And so we have that prong that we just aren't getting the revenue that we need. The other prong is the TOT tax, and we're on a good path to increase that TOT tax. But the other prong that every other community on the peninsula has is the utility user tax, and we just don't have that. And so one of the four major prongs that the state gives us, we just don't do here. And so that's another option that we could look at, is the utility user tax. And anytime that we aren't using all the tools that the state gives us to generate revenue, that just means that we aren't going to be able to provide the level of services that we'd like to provide. Then another, and to give you an idea, I think utility user tax, when we talked about this a few years back, I think we talked about, and you can do it different percentage levels. I think most of the cities in the peninsula have it like 5 or 6%. I think we looked at like 3%. And I think that was, back then, was generating $1.2 million. We also excluded all the low income, those that qualify for PG&E and Lifeline, those would not pay any utility user tax. And so at that point, it was about $1.2 million. I think if you looked at that, and if you looked at it at a level more typical with other communities, you may be looking at the annually $2 to $3 million. So that's just to give you another ongoing revenue source that is out there. The ARPA funds that we got are $5.4 million. And as I mentioned earlier, I think about $2 million of that we could allocate to cover lost revenue that we did during COVID and other direct impacts during COVID. And so there's $2 million that potentially you could look at for one-time uses in this current budget that we could have from ARPA funds, and that would still leave us roughly about $3 million to look at other areas that we want to use those funds to improve our community moving forward. And next slide. So I think that we've already kind of talked about this. So this is more from when we put it together a month ago. So the council has already allocated that 1.7 million to help us balance our general fund. We need some direction tonight as we go through the CIP list of what projects that we want to fund, and on your priority list, those things that we haven't funded, to talk about how we're going to fund that. And then I think that we're going to need, after we adopt the budget, a separate study session really to talk about our facilities and infrastructure. And I can spend more time on researching geo bonds and our community and the different levels and how much it would cost, and maybe look at utility user tax and get some better numbers on that. But I think we really should have a study session or a couple with our community and really talk about our facility and infrastructure needs and brainstorm with our community on how we want to move forward and address these needs. We have a balanced budget that we will be presenting next week at our council meeting on August 17th. And if we can get some direction on the capital program, we'll include that in our budget for next week. So any questions on this or on the previous slide on revenue options?
All right. Yes, I think we do, Lane. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Actually, I think Councilmember Lisa Berkeley's had her hand up for a while, so I could.
Please go ahead, David. You've got the floor.
Okay, well, I don't want to be out of turn. So this is a question for Lane. On the slide, you showed the 4 blight removal funds could be used for renovation of the sports and for the aquatic center. It looked to me like the plans for both of those facilities was a lot more than renovation. It was pretty much going down to the foundation and rebuilding it. I'm just wondering how much of a renovation, how much wiggle room do we have on that? Could we actually go down to the foundation and rebuild it, or do we just need to stay within the existing frame and base and renovate that? Then I have another question.
That's a great question. And I've gone back and I've looked at the bonds, and the language really is we can renovate and rehabilitate. And so, like with the sports center, the structure of that facility is great, and we would keep the structure in place. And our consultants have told us that if we were to level that down to the ground, it would cost us probably $8 to $9 million to build that. So I think we could say, yes, we're going to keep the existing structure, and then we're just going to renovate it back to a use for a sports center or whatever use that the council wanted. So I think most of that $3 million we could probably take from those foreign escrow bonds and dedicate it towards that if we wanted to.
Okay, so what I was thinking is what I thought about renovation, especially for the sports center, the entrance and the locker rooms and the potential for concessions. The configuration doesn't, to my mind, doesn't lend itself to that. So we're talking about a pretty extensive remodel. I'm just wondering, would that still fall under that broad category?
I think it does.
Okay. And then I had a question about, we've talked a little bit about broadband, and that's a particular interest to me. The idea that, and this has been something that's been done for, I guess, the last 12 years, many cities have actually adopted, a broadband utility. They became the servicer for their city, and then they licensed providers to actually, do the billing and contracts with users. So I'm just hoping that at some point you can present your thoughts on where the broadband vision is for that, because there's a lot of different ways we could go. I don't think I'm interested in doing something that would allow for third parties to come in and make a ton of money and the city not reap the revenue from that. I know there's a lot of revenue options, so I'd be really interested in us having a study session on the broadband question, where we see our best utilization of that. And then finally, on your current slide, the study session for the capital improvement program and also for the facilities and infrastructure. I think those are wonderful suggestions, and I would hope, well, maybe we could do it all in one meeting, but I think each one would receive a lot of comment from the public, and I think there should be a lot of discussion around both of those. So I would hope that maybe council would agree that we should split those out into two separate public study sessions. Those are my comments.
So on the broadband, Matt and I definitely are working on that, and I think it would make a lot of sense just to have a separate study meeting and talk about it with the public. I've in managing a couple cities in Utah, I've been very much involved with cities as have worked together. One city, we had our own broadband system, and is way on early on before it was very popular, and it was, we had some test areas and it worked very, very well. Other cities in Utah, they developed what they called a network called Utopia, that initially was the funding cost was very difficult up front, but cities
I'm
can't
familiar
join.
with Utopia. That was really innovative. Yes,
It was, and initially they had 28 cities sign up, then it dropped down to 18. Now cities can't jump into utopia fast enough. And they, and essentially it does what you talked about. The city provides the backbone of the fiber into the community. And then with that backbone there, then the city will contract out with different service providers for the different components of that. And that's a model that is really getting very popular across the country. And what that gives the city is if you provide the backbone in, then all of a sudden you're starting to provide wireless capabilities and access to your underserved populations. And you provide those access free to different populations. So yeah, we think it'd be a great idea to have a study meeting and talk about that. And once we understand a little bit more of the 1.1 trillion and what's coming down from that, that would be good to explore. And I forget what your second question was. I forgot to write it down.
I was just commenting on the need for the 2 study sessions, the capital improvement and the facilities, and that we should try to make them separate meetings. I know.
Councilmember Burnett, I'm sorry to interrupt, we're still in the question phase, clarifying questions on the staff report.
Yeah, well, Lane asked what was my second question. I was responding to that.
Yeah, but if it's not a question, let's hold it for the brief comment period.
I was replying to his question to me.
Yeah, we will be doing the capital improvement part of that tonight. So at least enough to get us on our budget, so we can get project in our budget for our current budget.
All right, thank you, David. And I sometimes I don't jump in soon enough, but please remember, council, that we're still in the clarifying questions mode. And then we'll have comments after public comment when we go to motion. Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Great, thank you. Actually, my question goes back a little bit further to the first section of our discussion. Excuse me. And I'm looking at the departmental unfunded needs, which is slide 29. And in it, so we covered fire, but I'm curious to know more about police, because I see that the future increase of officers and techs to accommodate growth and demands there's no dollar amount. And my recollection is that we've had conversations regarding some kind of a police study. And so I don't see that mentioned in here. And I'm wondering if we should be including that, because it seems quite important, especially as our city is growing, the need for not just more fire, but
Excuse me, Lisa, we're really just asking clarifying questions. The
I
comments will be
right,
later.
I understand. I'm just explaining behind my question why I'm asking that. So
And that gets into comments. And
you.
so we're trying to keep the
Thank you,
explanations and
Mr. Mayor.
comments. Just for the
thanks, I
clarifying
appreciate it.
questions.
Great, thank you.
Lane, could you and the fire chief address that question?
Actually, it would be fire. It would be police.
Yeah, but we actually have included in our budget for this year the police study that was previously in a budget that got kind of unfunded due to COVID. So that police study is in the budget, and that would be the next step as we get the results of those studies back. Then we sit down and talk about it.
And when do we anticipate doing that police study?
This current fiscal year.
Okay, because I don't, like I said, I don't recall seeing it. So what is there a guesstimate of the number, like just a guesstimation of officers and techs to accommodate that we'll need to accommodate for, and a guesstimation of what the cost, or well, you said that the study's already in there. So what is the cost of the study and the guesstimation approximate?
I think the study is about $50,000.
Okay.
And it will give you, and this kind of goes back to the mayor's earlier question, that the fire study didn't have a table of all these positions. What it talked about was these were goals. So goals to reduce response time, to look at high times of service demand needs. And so, and I think that's how you have to, these studies look at it in the future. It's not cookie cutter adding these positions, although in fires, you kind of know an engine company, you have to do this, but it basically had these goals and and targets that we need to look at. And so I think you look at creatively and you say, okay, these are maybe high times when we have police demand or demand for fire services. Okay, what's the best way to do that? Do you change staffing? Do you change shift? Do you add more people? But the police study would be looking at a lot of different alternatives like that.
And so then if I understand you correctly, then the police study would include the expansions, maybe even, so the expansion of the dunes and Sea Haven. And
Oh, yeah,
okay. And then
absolutely.
And then, am I correct in my understanding that the county addresses East Garrison? This is not a Marina police issue unless it's a life or death.
Correct.
Okay, that was really only my main clarification point. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lane. Councilmember Medina Jerkson?
Thank you. I have two questions. Lane, what happened with the community, the request for the audiovisual at the Marina Library as we're coming out of COVID? I believe there was a proposal to add a audiovisual Zoom capability.
That will be in the CIP presentation that Brian has. So you'll see that in
Okay.
5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, I jumped the gun. I apologize. And
Oh, no.
secondly, one area that clearly you presented quite a bit of information on was public works. So I don't want to make a comment, but my question to that is, are they able to, more a comment, but I'm going to phrase it into a question. Are we able to keep up the needs at this present junction of picking up trash, and what would become of the extra? I shouldn't say picking up trash. They do so much more than that, or maybe outline what they do. What would become with the extra positions that you're planning for? And also, would that allow for better care for facilities in terms of like bathrooms, if we did put bathrooms in? I just want to get a better idea of where they are now and what they're going to need and what our projections might be with new parks coming online. We have, am I correct? Is it 2 parks, possibly a third with coming down the pipeline? So where do they play in that matrix of future needs? And are we properly staffed at this particular moment to address those needs in the future, short future, within 2 years?
So I think we are staffed to meet our just basic public works needs. And so by that, I mean, we meet our basic needs for our roads, for the repair of the roads, just basic for the park. But I don't think we are addressing the service levels that our citizens are wanting. And we're starting to hear more and more that, they want more proactive stuff. We want us to go out and look at the sidewalks and the branches and weeds that are hanging over sidewalks, and to clean our restrooms more frequently, and to monitor the parks and pick up trash. And so we have the staffing just to hit the bare minimum basic needs, but anything above that would require additional staffing.
Do they also provide tree trimming, or is that something different? I mean, I think of public works seems to be the catch-all for everything. I mean, honestly, it seems to be called public works, but what exactly is their purview? You mentioned trash picking up, parks, streets. I mean, keep going.
Go ahead, Brian, you can jump into that.
So the only trees that we trim are the ones that are city responsibility. Those are going to be the ones that are going to be generally on city property or in city parks, or city properties that are slated for development, type of thing, that we stole the property. Most of the other trees are going to be adjacent property owner responsibility. So, it's not always that the city is going to trim all the trees that you see from the street. But, in addition to that, it's all the landscape medians in the roadways, all the parks, the facilities that the city owns and operates, all of the streets, the storm drain system, our percolation lots, the traffic signals, percentage of the streetlights that the city maintains, striping, signing, and I'm sure the city's fleet, keeping the vehicles moving. And that's kind of the nutshell there.
So everything from functional repairs to aesthetics, is that correct?
Yes, whatever the city owns and maintains, that's what Public Works is taking care of.
And Lane, from a department perspective, other than police and fire, are they the most staff, how do I say this, labor intensive department?
They are very lean. They are definitely very lean.
Other cities our side might have how many? If you know, compare us to, was it Los Altos or Palo Alto? Where were you before?
Oh, it
Los
was, our Public Works probably had 20, 25.
And we have 10, 12?
Let's
We have-
see.
We have about 15 on the maintenance side. And that 4 that was in the slide for, the needs right now, that's just to keep up with all the medians that have been added, anticipation of Hilltop Park. We try to look ahead for the next 2 years. But beyond that, if we have more parks coming online, we're not going to be able to keep up with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Christina. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have 3 questions. So the first one is, what is the process to get a UUT going? And if it was approved, how much money are we talking about? And like, when would we actually get it if, when we complete the process?
It would be similar to going out to a GO bond. It's a measure you'd have to put on the ballot. The council would have to vote to put it on the ballot. And I believe, Bob, are there times that you can go in March or June?
I believe it would have to be in the June ballot.
So you can do that or the November ballot. And then it would take I think a UUT tax, that just takes a majority, right, Bob?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
And when can we start charging that and collecting for it?
It would probably be at least 3 months after the election.
Okay. And just, did you just say how much money it might be?
You're probably looking at $2 to $3 million a year.
Okay. And then the other question is on the ARPA funding. I know we have a consultant coming on to help us decide on where we can legitimately use those funds, but when is that going to happen? And again, when will the funds be available?
We have received our first allocation, 2.7 million already. And so we already do have funds available. The consultants on board, it's just a matter of us just getting time really to sit down and figure out how we want to process to move forward, how we want to engage the council, how we want to engage the community. And we just haven't had time to do that yet.
Well, okay, so we do have 2.7 and it's sitting someplace in the general fund, maybe until whatever. And then the rest of it is going to come whenever the federal government decides to allocate, to disperse it.
I believe we get it next year.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so we have 2.7 right now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you both. Thank you, Kathy and Lane. All right. If the council, now we go into the capital improvement presentation. Is that correct, Lane?
Yes. And Brian will take it over from here.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay. Mayor, members of council, Brian McMinn, Public Works Directors, and Yes, public works directors can burn out too. See, I'm probably gonna have to do a share screen here. Are you seeing that now? Slide presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is kind of a repeat of the last time we brought the capital improvement program. Like I say, I like to think of it as really a community investment plan. And kind of my emphasis as I bring these forward, and as we thought about this, along with the council priorities that have been identified, infrastructure that needs to be fixed. So it's kind of you're going to see a lot of things in here that aren't all that glamorous, but they're not going away until it gets fixed, and some of those really affect the community. Finish it first. There's a couple of projects in there that are in the works. Really need some additional funding to keep moving forward. And then, there's been a lot of talk about new facilities, and along with that comes maintenance, additional maintenance. So, but you'll see some of that moving forward in here as well. We looked at the projects and the priority list, and Lane kind of presented, what we had from unallocated general fund. We looked at what it would look like from the projects identified for maintenance needs, along with community priorities, and what would fit in that $1.4 million, calling it the tier one. Coming out of COVID, at some point we're looking at going to hybrid meetings, and getting back into the city council chambers. City council chambers media upgrade could really use another $60,000 allocated to that. Retention basin water monitoring. This is legal mandate for our stormwater permits. We have to do that to comply with the state. We had a dry year, and so we anticipate that we're going to have to move forward with another year of that before we can complete that. And that's 25,000. Along with the landfill came a commitment for the city's portion of the annexation, going through the local agency formation commission process for formally annexing that property into the city's jurisdiction. That's 75,000. Local roadways safety plan. That's something that came to council a few weeks to a few months back. And this is a match for a grant to complete a safety plan, and having this plan in place keeps the city eligible for highway safety improvement program grant funding. So a lot of safety improvements on our roads and intersections. We want to be able to remain competitive for that. Here's the Los Arbolas Sports Complex deck replacement at $50,000 that was mentioned. Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden. We're talking about citing it, ADA access. We've got kind of a placeholder in there right now at 250,000 until we can get a landscape architect in to kind of refine that and see what that's going to look like. Maintenance management system. We don't have one right now, and it's very inefficient tracking and allocating our staffing resources for all the requests that come in from the public, in addition to all of our prescribed maintenance that we have to keep up with. And the other thing that we're not getting out of this is we don't have a system that's gathering data to answer these questions, like how many maintenance workers is needed. We have to kind of back into that, looking at it from different angles. But the other thing that goes into the system is a citizen request app, or through the website, where people can actually request maintenance that will go right in the system, get allocated or assigned to work crews as they go about their daily business. And it definitely relieves the staff having to kind of route those around and keep track of and make sure those are taken care of, because the system interact with the residents and get some updates on that. The police records management system at 280,000, that's been mentioned previously tonight and at other budget meetings. It needs to be replaced, no longer being maintained. And going to the next page, Cypress Knolls master plan. There's been talk of getting that moving forward. We're looking at $300,000 for that. Get that process started. The Cardoza neighborhood storm drain, we've over the last couple years, 2-3 years, we've already had 2 pipes fail, leading to sinkholes in the streets. We can only anticipate that more of the storm drain pipes are the same vintage and same construction, and we really should televise those, get a handle on how much those need to be replaced more urgently, and also a little bit of money in there, kind of anticipating we may have another failure while that study is being done. Traffic signal ADA improvements, there are still improvements that need to be made to the city's traffic signals as far as location of pedestrian buttons in relation to the crosswalks have not been upgraded to the most current standard, and that's something that was identified in our ADA transition plan. General plan update, planning is saying we need another $100,000 in that to get that going, in addition to what's in our capital budget already. And an interest in the library community for the library community room AV upgrade at $50,000 to help support some of the programs that were happening in the community room prior to COVID, and actually making it more functional to better support the meetings that happen in that room. And then lock pad and park maintenance. There's a lot of deferred maintenance in there between the Regional Parks District and the city. And it really is time to start looking at getting caught up with that. And that all totals just under 1.4 million. And that's what Lane was recommending, is maybe we want to look from the unallocated general fund in a tier 1, and depending on how far council wants to go with the unallocated general fund, we did look at another tier for the next round of priorities. So tier 2, there's been concerns raised in the community about the landscaping around the library. Definitely needs to be refreshed. A lot of drought stricken and just lack of maintenance there at the library. Marina Drive storm drain. There's a portion of Marina Drive south of Palm Avenue that during heavy storms will flood a portion there. And the residents that are south of that flooded area have been driving around up on the dirt on actually Tamsi property. And it's been a recurring problem for years, many years. Patton Parkway, we have a retaining wall that's starting to fail. That's affecting the fences, the adjacent property owners. And that's something that we need to look at replacing as a maintenance item. And then the California Avenue pedestrian crossing, we've progressed in the plans to the point where we've identified how much more funding is needed. When the street went above 40 miles per hour on the speed limit, it moved it into another category, another level of infrastructure needed to actually make that safe. We can't just do the flashing signs by the crosswalk like you see in some places. It actually has to go overhead. So those total almost $1 million. So that would bring you to about 2.4 million of unallocated general fund. And then the tier 3 for consideration, just some other projects that have been out there and identified. One is the MGN 3rd traffic signal. We did get the preliminary results of the traffic consultants study of that intersection, and they gave us a number of options at various different levels to try to help increase the visibility for pedestrians at that intersection. Some of them were getting up close to $750,000 and weren't really giving kind of the level of protection that actually going to a traffic signal would provide. So it's an incremental step to the actual full signal installation. But that intersection is something that has been identified and would not be addressed until Cypress Knolls basically got into development. So it's something kind of ahead of its time, but it's been identified as a community priority. Carmel 300 block storm drain. It's another area of our city that actually, when it floods, it backs up onto adjacent private property there. So it's something that comes up during heavy storms, and it hasn't adequately been addressed. And then there was concerns raised about streetlight coverage. Not so much the highest priority, but that was another thing that was identified as possibly a need for the community, and that comes to 1.22 million for that third tier. And I believe that's last. Oh, we did. Lane talked about the one-time land sales. That's 6.2 million, and investing that into economic development for the community. And one possibility is putting 3.2 million into a downtown vitalization implementation, doing some of the infrastructure along the Del Monte Reservation Road to kind of jumpstart that development of downtown. And then various different existing parks. There's been an interest raised about reinvesting in those parks. And a lot of these parks, if they're not new features being added, if we're replacing existing features, then we're going to have a funding source other than the park's impact fees. So $3 million, when you look at all the parks that are listed there, if you spread those among all the parks, that's spreading it pretty thin. So it would be helpful if council wants to go in that direction, if we could identify maybe a couple parks that we wanted to really focus in on with that money. And parks impact fees, I didn't go into all the impact fees, but there's been a lot of talk around parks. So I did want to bring those forward for your input at this point. We do know the pump track is going to cost more than what we had allocated. We saw the preliminary estimates coming in at 50%, and we're at 95% plans right now. And based on the estimates from the consultants, we think that it's going to require close to $1 million in parks impact fees. Dunes Park development, we really need to get moving forward on getting a very overall rough grading plan for the site, because that's going to kind of determine what features can stay that are there in the existing park. And we also kind of need to have a plan for that. So as we move forward with the playground as kind of an initial investment in there with a group that has expressed interest in building an all abilities, all access playground there, we're going to have to provide some infrastructure such as restrooms and parking and accessibility improvements to help support that, along with doing the initial grading plan. Gloria Jean Tate Park redesign. We're only moving forward with the restrooms and the pump track right now, but there's a considerable amount of that park that still has a preliminary kind of design concept, but needs to be developed more further if we're actually going to construct those improvements. And then this year we're doing the impact fee study updates, and each of there is an admin fee that is collected along with impact fees when building permits are pulled. And so it's just an allocation of each respective fees share to actually update that. And then CIP admin, we really need to look at putting aside some money for the next round of developing the capital improvement program, so that we get a little bit more support on actually developing estimates and identifying more of the long range needs for the capital improvement program in the next round. So just kind of looking ahead for the next budget there. And,
Brian, before you jump off that, so the 1.1 million that's been allocated for Sea Haven, has that been deducted from that 6.4 million?
n-
I don't believe it
I
has. So
don't. No, I don't think the latest one has. The 700,000 may have been. I'm not sure that the 400,000 has. And that's the conclusion of the CIP presentation for, at least to the extent that we got to. I haven't included some of the traffic related ones that you know, we looked at in a previous presentation, but those are less discretionary and more related to development and driven by those impacts that are going to be happening as the Sea Haven and the dunes build out. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. Councilmember Lisa Berkeley?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, right now I have one main question. Why is the Imogen and Third intersection traffic light considered a tier 3?
I think it's just because we're looking at, you know, what's available for general fund unallocated reserve or unallocated funds, and looking at the whole list of, you know, what we could, how far we could get through that list of priorities. If you put that $1 million up front, it really limits how many of those things you can get to.
Am I correct in recalling that that is the intersection that there was a death?
That's correct.
Have you received as many well, I guess you don't know how many letters or comments that I have received, and maybe other council members, but have you received concerns, phone calls, complaints, emails, etc., about how dangerous this intersection is?
No, not outside of, you know, what initially happened.
Okay. We're just doing questions now, is that correct? Or is this comments? Okay, it's just questions.
yeah, Lisa, and maybe I can, yeah, we've looked at that, and I think we got a lot of feedback from the public when we did have that tragic accident and death there, and we had the consultant look at it. But and it certainly is not it's not a place that would recommend that people cross. But when we had the study look at it and look at really the whole corridor, and as Brian talked about, that intersection really was planned when Cypress Knolls is going to be built out. That was when the signal was planned to be there. As we looked at these interim measures that could help, and one of the interim measure, they come up close to 700,000, and we said, yeah, if you're going to go the interim, you probably should just look at the whole signal. But I'm not so sure that if you're to say that that's the most dangerous intersection in the city, I don't think that we could say that. We had the death there, which kind of put it on the initial radar, but I'm not so sure that is the most dangerous area. And maybe Brian could talk that a little bit more. The police chief could address that a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there could be any number of intersections in the city that, you know, are probably similar. It's just that we did have that incident there. You know, as far as accident data, I haven't pulled that. I believe the consultant looked at that in this study for the couple intersections they looked at, but not citywide.
Have you heard, like I have, from the VTC expressing concern for the veterans who are trying to cross and function around that area?
Councilman Berkeley, this is Chief Nieto. We've received complaints, but we also receive all complaints all the time from all over the city. So we have to look at the data of where traffic accidents are actually occurring. And I'm sorry, it was very tragic what happened at that intersection, but it would not be considered even in the top 10 problem locations for traffic accidents.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's my only question
right.
for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you. Brian, when you were listing the impact fees, and I guess we were looking at projects, I'm trying to break out ongoing, required, ongoing, nice to have, and then those that are new and are required or deemed necessary. I'm just trying to understand, the CIP is an ongoing, it's a moving target. And so trying to identify costs and expenditures, just trying to get a picture of it. Could you go back to your first slide?
Oh, what's going on here? Okay. This one or?
Yeah, the one before that. Oh.
Oh, you want?
Okay, I guess the one after that is. Okay.
Oh, it takes a little while here. So
Oh, okay.
there's a little bit of a lag. So you want to see numbers or?
Yeah, the first, you had a list of projects with some amounts next to them. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
So this was the first page. So we've done some upgrades on the council chambers. This is in addition to what's already been done, and this is, I guess, what is necessary to make it bring it up to some level of usability. So what I'm like, the retention basin, that's ongoing, right? That's we've already got money into it, and there's this is an additional money that needs to be spent.
For the next fiscal year. We don't anticipate that this is going to be ongoing indefinitely, but we do need to complete a monitoring period so that we can get that report into the state.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feeling for if we were to pick from this list items to prioritize or things that we would feel would be, helpful in improving the living in the city, as opposed to those things that are, half completed and, we've got contracts and, they're almost done.
Well, I think these ones on this list, for the most part, other than maybe the MLK Sculpture Garden, they aren't all that glamorous. These were more in the category of we either have a legal mandate to do them, or we're going to come out of COVID and go to hybrid meetings. No way of avoiding that at some point in the future here. We're going to have to do something at the council chambers. And that's a commitment that was made with the receipt of that landfill. Safety plan, again, eligibility for grant funding. Want to look at more of our intersections in the city. Sports complex deck, already had injury there, needs to be replaced. Maintenance management system is really about getting efficiency with the limited staff that we
Right.
have.
Right.
And
Could you go on to the?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could you go on to the next page?
Sure.
Okay, okay, so the general plan, we've already started finding a consultant, and that's ongoing, and that's anticipated this year. I thought there was another 300,000 figure I saw related to the general plan.
Maybe the Cypress Knolls master plan.
You are correct. The general plan, we already have 650,000 allocated for that.
Right.
As I talked with Fred a little bit more, and he talked with some other communities, and they were completing their general plan process, and they were spending over $2 million.
Okay.
And so I was getting a little bit nervous and said, okay, we need to throw a little 100,000 in, at least to get us moving our process. And then if we need in year 2 to allocate more money. So that was Fred's suggestion that we put another 100,000 in.
This year?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Okay, and Brian, could you go to the next, I think this is your final page.
Well, this is tier 1.
Tier 1, yeah, the next,
Yeah.
there was a list of projects and numbers, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Okay. And again, these are, well, at least the first one is anticipated. I mean, it needs to be done, but it's not started. It's not planned or anything like that. You're just saying, if we do it, it's going to be this much. Okay. Whereas the storm drain, is that actually on the CIP?
No, it is not. In fact, the only one that's on the CIP on this page for additional funding is the California Avenue pedestrian crossing.
I see. Okay,
The other ones on this page are new.
I see. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, David. Let's go to Council Member Marina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to the conversation about the safety of our streets, this is probably a question for Lane. Is there not a bill that is being introduced or being introduced to allow the speed limits to be set by the city?
I think that was introduced, but I don't think that one is moving forward.
Okay, well, then the follow-up question is if our safety of our streets and the corridor that is much appear on a local level, it's too fast for us. Is there anything that we can do to lobby either support of this bill or any other efforts that have taken control over setting speed limits from the city?
Yeah, we could certainly get involved. I'm not sure a voice like us is going to make a huge difference. I think it's those big cities and those big players that are going to drive that bill.
I guess I'm putting on my Tamsy liaison hat now. Is there anything we can possibly do to just share support? Because even though we have a death on our street, we have a very I don't want to comment, but I'm just wondering if there's something we can consider in the future because we have a problem and it's out of our control. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm not sure when you phrase it what the problem is. If the goal is to reduce speeds on streets and to be able to get control to be able to do that, yes, that would require legislative changes.
And that's something we can lobby for if the council so wishes.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing on that is really to track and work with the League of Cities and Towns. Yeah. That's probably our best, most effective way to work on a bill like that.
Okay, well, let's just circle back on that at some point, I would hope. Or can we circle back on that at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Next question is the Los Arboles Sports Complex deck, $50,000 there. Is there, Brian, any opportunities for grants? And is there how do I say this? I know it all goes back to staff. If you don't have staff to write the grant, then you don't have it. But I'm just wondering if there's an opportunities out there, and might that be something we may either private foundations or larger. I just think of what Seaside has done with some of their ballparks, and is there grant funding we might be able to apply for?
Well, it depends. Often with grant funding comes strings attached. And so when you go with these smaller grants, it would have to be a smaller organization, maybe something local, but nothing on a larger regional basis. I'm just not aware of, any funding like that's available right now.
Okay. Might we be able to circle back on that?
Yeah, certainly if
Okay.
we identify any of those types of sources, we can look into it.
The next one is the Martin Luther King statue garden, $250,000. Now, is that just the high end of this? Because we may have, how much do we have right now? Something like 25,000 for the site, or I'm just wondering, when we look at this list, it's almost on par with the public records management system. Not that I'm not opposed to this sculpture garden. I think it's a wonderful idea, but I'm just wondering the cost. How did you estimate the cost on that?
We just figure that there's going to be ADA access needs to actually access the sculpture, and when it actually gets sited, there's going to be some improvements that are probably going to be needed around the sculpture itself. So like I said, it's a placeholder, but we don't want to kind of set an expectation that this is going to be a $50,000 project. It's probably not.
But we also think that 250,000, that is definitely on the high end. As we get the consultant in, we're going to look at, so, okay, here's a bare bones proposal. Just locate the statue, put the panels in, and do some basic ADA requirements. And I think the 250,000 is a larger end of, let's landscape, get some water infrastructure and things like that into the property. So that is something that we have a range that we can say, okay, if we're interested more in a base proposal, then we could focus on that. But the 250 is definitely, I think, on the high end to complete the landscaping, bring water infrastructure and all things like that in.
Okay, thank you for that. The police records management system, last budget cycle, they only asked for one thing, and I thought that was a records management system. What, maybe refresh my mind, Tina Nieto, Chief Nieto. And is this the 280,000? Is that conservative, or and I phrase it because I knew the City of Salinas record manager who was trying to price it. And
so we've submitted our cost of working with the company. The prices are changing. The longer we wait, prices go up. And it's not a person. This is an actual system. The current system that we are on and that most of the Peninsula Agency we're on is becoming obsolete. So Monterey's already moved to a new records management system. Delray Oaks has moved to a new management system. PG's approved those. Salinas has moved to a new records management system. I don't know where the sheriffs are with that. So if we want to share data with the other agencies without our system crashing and losing everything like we did a few years ago in the city of Marina, we need to migrate to this new system. The system, I don't have it in front of me. Marisol can answer this, but we purchased this over 20 years ago. I compare it to a Tandy computer, I think was the vogue at that time. And so it's just, unfortunately, I know it's bad timing, but we can't afford to lose all that data that we do have in the system.
is there any economies of scale of going in with another department, or is it very unique to our own? And secondly, is there any state funding for this, since it is, I would imagine it's a state mandate and a local mandate is to keep.
So because I like to save money, Councilwoman, I already looked, that's why I know where the other cities are with this thing, because we did look at, can we merge together and piggyback, which is, getting the good funding. And the answer is no, because each agency, even though the information is shared, is a standalone system for the agency, but the information is shared because of how the cloud works. And it is more cloud-based. And so we'll get all the updates, and it's I shouldn't say a real company, but it's a bigger company versus what we bought 20 years ago, which, you know, again, it's becoming obsolete because they can't even sell the company. I don't want to badmouth the company, but they can't sell it because they can't, you know, the people that started it are getting really old, and it can't compete with what's on the market today. So we did look at the economy of scale for that. And then the next question, I'm sorry, was Councilwoman, you had a second part to that?
Economies of scale. Is it, Jesus, I forgot the other one. I'm so sorry.
I think the other
Grant
question,
funding. Was there anything on the state or Fed level that would
No,
reimburse?
the state isn't reimbursing us for any of that. The only reimbursement that the state's giving at this time is for some RIPA data, which we're already putting in for that we can put in under our old system. And it's pennies on the dollar. It's not the amount that we're looking for. And as you know, with the grants that I brought forward, I'm always looking for any monies that can help, you know, balance our budget.
And knowing that having a piece of equipment, you wind up doing a whole lot of workarounds when you can't get the result that you need right away. Are you doing a lot of workarounds, and how much extra cost is that causing you, and frustration or extra staff time having to run the report 4 different times before you get it?
Well, a year and a half ago, we had to buy a whole new server system because the system was so obsolete that the computer was outdated and couldn't support the old computer that the stuff went into because it wasn't cloud-based. So I'm just afraid that we're going to lose support, and then there's no workaround because we really don't have an IT department like large cities that can create these workarounds, and it's pay now or pay later. And pay later could be very detrimental to record keeping and public safety.
Back to the last request. Thank you for that. Back to the last request. I think it was for a speed gun. I think last budget cycle, 2 years ago, all you asked for was a speed gun. Is that correct? Put it in perspective, because I didn't think you asked for much last time around.
I didn't ask for a speed gun. I'm sorry. I didn't ask for anything because we had no money, and we were just told, look, we're cutting your stuff, and you know, there's no money. No, actually, a couple of years ago when we were starting to put in the request before COVID hit, and everybody got hit with this, so this is not unique to the PD. I was starting to initially, I said, okay, I need to add these records people. I'm putting off the police people, asking for those, although I know that we need them, because I wanted to get the police study in place. To make sure that, you know, my intuitive feelings actually had data behind it. And it's just not because I felt like we needed these things. And then COVID hit, and, you know, our budgets did get cut and the staff got cut. So thank you to all the council. You know, we're able to fill those vacancies that we had to not fill when we went into COVID, because those were frozen to help balance the budget. But moving forward, we really do need to do the police study, because the fire chief's able to talk about the people that he needs because he has a study behind it. Intuitively, though, we know that once our study's done, it's going to say that we need certain things if our community wants a certain level of service.
Got it. Makes sense. Last question, I promise. The maintenance record management system, Brian. Is this something that would keep on track current projects and future projects? Council has received criticism of not having a sort of a future looking project-based priority list for current and ongoing maintenance and other things. Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, it doesn't. I'd have to differentiate between capital improvement program and basically ongoing maintenance. And this one is it's serving the ongoing maintenance side, kind of the day to day, and tracking that, keeping track of what we've done on various pieces of our infrastructure and developing that history over time, but also introducing that efficiency in managing that workflow, and also taking in work requests. Right now, some people go to the website, but for those to be addressed, somebody on staff has to actually pick those up and route them around the city to the right people. Or they come in through email or phone calls directly to staff, have to get routed to the right people. I'm in the middle of responding to an email here in the middle of the council meeting related to a service request. But having the backbone of that maintenance system allows us to incorporate the mobile apps and the web-based interface. So when they see something out in the field, they can go to a menu and say, hey, I see a problem with this street light here. It gets a geo reference for that work order, and we know exactly where that is in the city. You know, as they sign up for the system, we got some basic information on how to contact them and update them that, yeah, it's been received, it's been assigned, it's been completed. You know, feedback is welcome. And so it's more interactive with the public and keeps them up to date. Although it's not the personal touch, but it's going to be much more efficient than routing an email to who you think might get it done, who gets it forward to 2 or 3 other people before it actually gets in to somebody's shovel and gets the work done.
I want to thank you. I think that's well, I should not keep it to comments, but I appreciate that and everything that your staff is able to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Brian, just have to understand some of the parks issues. So I know that you have it designated under different buckets of funding. For example, let's just take Gloria Jean Tate. Under the one-time land sales of 6.2 million, you're recommending that we choose only 2 of those 5 parks, and that's understandable. But we have Gloria Jean Tate on this list. So if we chose that one under this list, does that mean on the next slide where you have parks impacts fees, you also have Gloria Jean Tate twice, the redesign and then just the pump track? Does that mean that we could potentially be putting in 1.5 and 1 and 200,000 in Gloria Jean Tate Park? Or if we chose just the pump track and the redesign, would that mean that we are sufficiently covered for that so we don't have to choose Gloria Jean Tate on the one-time land sales pot of money?
It all depends on if council wants to move forward with redeveloping the rest of Glory Jean Tate Park, or if we're going to draw the line for now and say we're just doing the pump track, access to that, and the restrooms. The 2 pots for Gloria Jean Tate, you know, part of that redevelopment of that park is replacement of existing play structures, and those would not be eligible for the impact fees, and that's where you would have to tap into, you know, another funding source other than impact fees. You know, one thing that's been proposed for council's consideration is part of that $3 million from one-time land sales could potentially be used for that. So, you know, it just, depending on how far council wants to go with that one park, we can figure out what that appropriate mix is.
Okay, if the conversation was that we want the playground, the pump track, and how it was already designed, then how much money are you thinking that costs? Rather than to do just sort of the piecemeal thing.
Oh, you mean for the rest of the park?
Yes.
As opposed to piecemealing it, I believe we were, I think we were talking 6 million.
Right, I think we'd estimate 6.5 million to complete the complete renovation or update of Gloria Jean Tate Park. And I think what we felt from the big picture, because some of those would be new additions, that we could use some park impact fees for some of that, but the bulk would have to come from general fund. But I think we had 6.5 million for total cost.
Okay, so what you're asking here is that a portion could come from land sales and a portion could come from impact fees, and then the rest would be covered in general fund. So that's the way in which we would put together the entire park development.
Yep, potentially. I don't think we have 6.5 to complete all of Gloria Jean Tate Park right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have that much money from impact fees, and I don't think we have enough money left over. So if we did it, we'd have to kind of phase it And we aren't sure if that's a logical park
Hmm.
to phase.
Okay, I just remember the conversation was that we would try to do all of it at once instead of this piecemeal thing, kind of thing. Okay, then on Lock Padden Park, you also have it on one-time land sales, and that could be the chosen one, 2 out of 5. But you also have Lock Padden Park maintenance that's only 100,000. But if we took Lock Padden Park under the one-time land sales, would we not need this Lock Padden Park maintenance fee of $100,000 at least for the first go around for maintenance years? Or do we
Yeah,
need both? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to understand how do we give direction?
Yeah, I think we would probably need both. One of our problems with Lock Padden Park is we have a couple different management plans for that park, and they're both quite old, and we need to really update those management plans and develop a strategy of how we're going to maintain that park in perpetuity. The tulies are gone crazy. We need to understand what's the biological balance, what are the species there that need the tulies, how much. And so that's what the plan is for, is to get that pond managed how we need to get it managed. And yet maybe it ends up that every 5 years you have to go through a process and knock down the tulies, but we need to figure out what that balance is to preserve the pond and get it so it's just not completely overgrown like it is right now.
Okay, but that's different than the one-time land sales if we chose Lock Padden Park as the recipient of the landfills.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you both. Lane, have we talked to Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District about sharing a proposed package of expenses? You know, tonight I heard landscaping in the front. The Martin Luther King Jr. sculpture is more than we thought before. General park maintenance and the management plan, that could add up to $500K or more. Have we talked to Park District about all of that and them sharing the funding with us?
We have. We met with the general manager a month or two ago, and he's working on a big picture concept plan, potentially how we could utilize the park. And part of it is the regional park district owns part of it. We own part of it. We may need to adjust some of those boundaries a little bit, especially if we're talking location for a community center. And so he is developing just a rough concept plan. I think we would then bring back and then talk about that exact thing. Of, okay, within these things, what are improvements that the park district thinks that they could do, and what are grant options that are available out there, and what are things that the city should be doing. Under the current agreement right now, we pretty much are responsible for all the maintenance at the park, but they may be willing to pick up maintenance in certain areas.
All right. On the last slide that Brian showed, it had a 6.4 million total and about 2.5 million itemized projects. What's the thought of the delta?
So I think on the delta, so we have 3.4 million of unallocated funds. We know that.
Did you say 3.4 or 6.4?
I'm talking about the unallocated funds. So if you're talking
the park
about the
impact, are you talking about, sorry to interrupt you, the park impact fees?
Oh, sorry.
The last page of Brian's slide presentation had 6.4 mil parks impact fees, of which there was an itemized total of about 2.3 million. And so I'm wondering, what's the plan for the delta between those two numbers?
You know, I would say we tried to put in there what we anticipate we can get to right now, but we do know that there are going to be some pretty big ticket items coming forward with that Dunes Park as that moves forward. And so we haven't really brought forward a plan to allocate all of the funds right now. But, if that's going to become a priority, it's going to take a while to accrue funds to actually make that park possible.
With the delta of a few million, would it be appropriate as a cultural project to use that delta funding for the Martin Luther King Jr. project?
It hasn't really been identified in our current impact fee study. Is because the impact fee study goes back to basically the parks master plan, and that served the basis for, these are all the parks that are coming forward that are planned, and that's how they calculated the need for funding, and that's what the basis is for what is collected when permits are pulled. So in that respect, no, it hasn't, directly been included in that. Is it a new addition, as a parks facility? Yes, but it would subsequently have an effect on what's calculated for the need for parks in the future through our impact fee program.
Is that different than the pump track? Was the pump track in a capital improvement program of the past?
Well,
Yeah, I think that the difference is, and maybe it's even more than that the Martin Luther King sculpture, that was an existing sculpture, that was an existing garden. All that we're doing is taking it out of storage and putting it into another area. And so I'm not even sure that would really qualify for even impact fees. Versus on Tate Park, we allocated impact fees for growth of the community. And so new projects that we can tie directly to growth, such as a pump track, that's a completely new addition that we could have a nexus to growth. And we would do the same thing, as kind of the same thing when you looked at some of the other features there at Tate Park. The nexus would be, these are new features that were not in the existing park. Replacement of playgrounds, fixing of the turf and things like that, that would not qualify for impact fees. And so I think we might be a little problematic with the Martin Luther King sculpture.
Then it might be a little problematic. I don't want to let it go. Do you agree that the Martin Luther King sculpture at Lock Padden Park is a feature that's not in that existing park?
Correct.
And the airport where it was that a park?
No, but in our park impact fee study, improvements to Lock Padden Park were not in that study. And
Right,
so
I understand. So we have a couple different issues. So was the airport location of the Martin Luther King sculpture considered a park location? Was it in a park?
no.
Okay. And if it's not in the existing park, how hard would it be? What would be involved in getting it into an updated capital improvement project list?
Yeah, so we have that on our work program this year to update our impact fee study. And so we'd be going through that whole impact fee study, adding Lock Padden Park and different improvements to Lock Padden Park to that study.
Okay, and does the existing study or does the existing list and program include a pump track at Gloria Jean?
No,
Okay.
but it included improvements to Gloria Jean Hay Park. It didn't go into the detail of exactly that you're going to upgrade your park to a playground, you're upgrade to a pickleball court, you're going to put a bocce court. The impact fee study doesn't go into that level of detail.
Okay. All right. My last question is, following up on Mayor Pro Tem Biala, it's hard. My question is, these projects that are in Ryan's lists of unallocated general fund tier 1, general fund tier 2, are they currently on our 98 approximate project list? And if they're not, would it be hard to add them to that list?
No, we can certainly add them.
Do you know if they're on the list now?
No, no, not everything's on there. The maintenance management system, police management system, those are not, and typically we haven't done software, things like that on that list, but the retention basin water monitoring, that's not on the list. The roadway safety plan's not on the list.
Okay, if you agree,
I mean-
Lane, that list was a major effort for us and an upgrade to our planning, so get everyone on the same page, would you think it'd be worthwhile to update that list so it remains a complete list?
Well, I think it depends. If we want to start going down the list of every time we purchase any software or anything, that list is going to quickly grow to a huge list. So I think you need to kind of define exactly what are the boundaries that you want on the list.
I agree. Okay. What's the phase 3 timing, that large sum of approximately 30+ million from Dunes phase 3? What's the best guesstimate of when those funds might be available if phase 3 is implemented?
Yeah, my best guess right now, if the economy keeps on moving as it is 3 to 5 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to public comment because council wanted to do that before we made a motion and heard our comments. So we're going to move over to the public now. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make comments on tonight's presentation of the budget and the capital improvement projects discussed. And I'll give everyone a few moments before we close public comment. All right, let's go to Chad Hutchins. Go ahead, Chad. I think you're good to go, Chad.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Loud and clear. Hello.
All right, great. Thanks, everyone. Just a couple of quick comments. First would be regarding the Water City facility or the Marina Sports Complex. Obviously, as a resident of the Dunes, lived here in Marina for 10 years now. It's good to see that being taken as a priority. I believe there's a pretty strong community within the city of Marina. I believe some names were actually, or a petition was actually delivered to the office here very recently. And, at least for me personally, I believe that there's a good, community back in for seeing that facility brought back to what it should be through these improvements that are available. I hope that with this 2-year budget that can be a top tier priority and we can get moving out on that so that facility can be in use by the public today or in the current next year or so instead of the next 10 years from now, or even further along down from there if we kick the can down the road. Definitely understand the fiscal implications that we currently have now, especially with respect to roads. One other additional comment for the 3rd Avenue and MGen. I was actually the person that initially called 911 and helped EMS with the person who unfortunately lost his life at that intersection. There's been a number of accidents. I know we don't have the statistical data currently, or at least Chief Nieto didn't. I believe probably COVID in the last 2 years has definitely decreased traffic, but as we hopefully move out of that phase of our lives and back to even a hybrid or more, I believe with the additional homes at the Dunes, the additional homes at Sea Haven, there's going to be a lot more foot traffic there. We should probably look at doing something sooner rather than later before Cypress Knolls, because I don't believe it's even mentioned tonight what the timeline is for Cypress Knolls development with that intersection. especially as it's now 50 miles per hour. You need to do things to the California intersection. So the timer here, it doesn't look like it's moving for me. So just to wrap it up real quick, it's good to see the public improvement projects for our parks, especially the Water City facility. As myself and a group of people would love to, make use of that facility again, and hopefully help it break even as well. So understanding that staff has only limited resources, the community would love to be a part of that to keep Marina with this very unique facility. But also understanding that the roads need to be taken care of, the police needs to be taken care of, the fire needs to be taken care of. Ladder truck would be nice to have as well. So with that, I'll yield my time. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Chad. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Hello, Brian. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. I've been listening. Just a couple of quick comments in response to some of the things that I heard. First, as a public works director, mentioned that the expanding or purchasing what I call a ticketing system that allows citizens to document any concerns or possible work orders, I think is incredibly important. So I hope you continue to evaluate that and move on that sooner rather than later. I know you've already got some limited capability through Citizen Serve online that allows people to submit code enforcement complaints. Don't know if that can be expanded for these other causes or not. One of the issues is without that system, there continues to be kind of a lot of what I call plausible deniability. When folks have complaints, they may call, they may email, and there's kind of no record of it. And so not only can Public Works not go back and try to recall what complaints were fielded, but council and other members of staff can't say, hey, in the last 5 years, how many complaints have I received about 3rd and Imgen or the streetlight on California and Del Monte, whatever it is. So really like that idea. Hope that it's implemented quickly. Really continue to support increased staff, in particular code enforcement, but staff all around the city and the planning department in general. Really like the idea of a long range planner. I heard some discussion about a utility user tax. I know the council's talked about that before. I'd be really cautious about supporting that out of the gate. That tends to affect folks that can least afford paying the extra tax on their internet, for example, or their phone bills. So I hope that you're really cautious when moving forward with that, unless it can be kind of mitigated through some other programs that help those folks out. And then finally, speed limits. I just, always want to take an opportunity to comment when I hear about speed limits. I've taken the last month to really travel different cities and states throughout the country. And I think absolutely there's a lot that can be done to help mitigate some of the high speed problems that we see in our city. I think cities like San Jose have really aggressively used every tool in their toolbox to slow down speeds in certain residential neighborhoods. And there hasn't been the appetite to do that in our city. And so I just think that, whether council and staff agrees it's the right thing to do or not, I do think that there's tools that can be used. And ultimately the city just needs to decide, do we want to be, a vehicle centric, high speed city, or do you want to be a pedestrian friendly, slower vehicle speed type of city? And if depending on what the answer to that is, I think we need to use some of the other tools that we see other cities using to address the speed problem. So thanks. I appreciate the discussion and good luck on your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Andrew Vogel. Hello, Andrew. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a Marina resident. Been around for about 10 plus years, came out of Salinas. Kind of going towards the rink funding at Water City. You said earlier that that you could potentially maybe move some of the $1.3 million from the blight removal, but it would kind of be hard to do something like that. And then I also was hearing that the monies that were tied up in past projects, like the projects that you were talking about for the landscaping, that was supposed to be done about like 3 years ago. Is that money just tied up, or can that money also be used for, community renovations or, for different projects? And then, maybe come up with some type of funding down the road if it has been sitting for 3 years. I'm just kind of wondering about that.
All right, thank you. And we'll answer all the questions like that one as soon as public comments over right in a few minutes, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to David Holman. Hello, David. David?
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
You can
Okay,
hear me.
I'm the one, that put on the rally for this rink and been, creating all the signatures and everything like that. I just want to give you guys some real quick feedback. Basically every day I get messages and texts and everything on what's going on with the rink. Of course, I was the facility manager there, a lot of coaching, been playing there for a long time. And, I don't know how to give a straight answer, to tell you the truth. So basically what I just want to let you guys know that a lot of people on a daily basis are really concerned about the rink. They really want the rink to stay here in the county and in the city of Marina. So it would really, really benefit us. There has been rumor about cutting the rink size down, and there's a big concern about that. And that wouldn't
Excuse
work.
me, David. David,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but that's my job. If I think that you're going straying too far from the topic, so keep your comments if you could to the budget,
Okay.
including Water
Okay.
City.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to leave it with Water City, and I'll leave it at that. And I'm just going to let you guys know that I have more signatures coming, and that people really want the rink to stay. And I'll leave it at that.
Great, David. Thanks
Okay,
for all your work.
Thanks. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Good night. Okay, Colin Wright. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
All right, great. Hey, thank you guys. Yeah, so I'm just another advocate for the hockey rink. I've had the pleasure of being down there for about 10 years, and I just want to let you guys know like what a valuable community resource that it is. And we started a kids program, hockey program, just kind of grassroots, and within a year we had 80 kids and families that we were having coming out, and it just
Excuse me, Colin.
really,
Sorry, Colin. I need to ask you to keep your comments relative to the budget, including Water City.
okay, sure, yeah, guys, I just wanted to advocate that I think that it's worth budgeting for is what that's I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you very much, Colin. I apologize for having to cut you off, but I think I needed to a little bit there.
No problem.
Okay. All right. Dustin Falk, sorry.
Hi, Bruce. Thanks. I just I wanted to throw out there that I think the rink budget wise, it would be cheaper to leave it as a hockey rink than it would be to do a full scale renovation into other things. It's a really unique facility. It does have the potential, I think, to be self-funding if the right kind of multi-use sports things were added, and maybe some concessions, and maybe including more of the birthday party type activities that were already going on there. And I think I will leave it at that to make it short and sweet. And thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Dustin. All right, we'll give everyone a few moments who hasn't spoken. Karen Anderson, hello, good evening.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to go over this budget, and I'm happy that the racism study is being funded, and I'm happy that the MLK Sculpture Garden is in the tier 1 of the other list. And I just want to say that it'll help create the city and the library area to become a destination for people wanting to learn more about the civil rights era and the era we're in currently. And I just want to say that don't put anything too close to being underneath cypress trees. They tend to drop their limbs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen, for joining us. All right. Looking for other people if they do want to talk before we end the public comment. Larry Moonen. Larry, hello. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Appreciate the time. I'll keep this brief. Just wanted to touch on one thing relative to the Marina Sports Facility, the former Water City, and that was related to Lane's comment earlier about lost revenue to Marina or to Monterey and other places on the peninsula when tourists are spending money elsewhere. And I think, over the years, we've seen a lot of tournaments and things related to that facility that have hosted a lot of people in town for weekends or just for the day. And I know that I personally and a lot of folks spend money in Marina that would be spent elsewhere otherwise. So I think that's a very real variable to consider. And as Dusty mentioned earlier, and others have, including myself, in putting forward sort of a revenue budget, that facility could easily be self-sustaining and run in the black with some sound promotion and management. So don't underestimate the potential there for that to be not only a great facility and a great draw, but also a moneymaker for the city over time. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Larry. And let's go to Larry's boss, Vaughn Moonen. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm a local Marina resident for about 5 years now. Obviously, play hockey at the rink, and would just like to advocate for making the renovations and is just investing money in that place and making it what it could be, keeping it short and sweet. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining us tonight, Vaughn, and providing comment. I got a text from Doug Yount, if he can use his phone. And Doug, if you're not participating in the Zoom meeting, I don't know how you would do it with your phone, unless you are 277-3918. Yes, you are. So Doug, I'm going to try to invite you to speak with us. And if that doesn't work, I'll promote you to a panelist if I'm able to. But go ahead, Doug. I'm trying to unmute you now.
You may have to hit *9 on his phone.
You might have to hit *9 on your phone, Doug, but we do see you listed there. Okay, technical difficulties. Was someone trying to comment? I don't know what to do, Doug, if you can hear me. I'm trying to unmute you, or I cannot promote you to a panelist for some reason. Do you know why, Matt, we can't promote him to a panelist?
I don't think it would solve the problem if he's on his phone.
Okay.
Potentially it's been a while. It's *6 or 7. Try both of those, Doug.
*6.
*6,
Doug, and if not *6, *7. Anyone else that wants to speak before we close public comment, please raise your hand. All right, Doug, I think we need to move on. Am I missing anybody that have their hands raised? All right, we'll close public comment and
Mr. Mayor, this is Chief Nieto. I have Doug on the phone. I can hold it up and you can hear through my speaker. Can you hear?
I can't hear him chuckling. So yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I apologize. For whatever reason, my Zoom account's not working, so that's the reason I had to call in. I just wanted to first compliment yourself and the council for spending as much time going through these difficult budget sessions. I know they take quite a bit of time and energy to do, and there's a lot of difficult decisions. But one criteria I would encourage you to consider is the expenditure of funds, particularly one-time funds, towards economic development type returns, if you will, by spending these funds, for example, with blight removal on the former Fort Ord, particularly on the large park or other areas, Cypress Knolls or the other areas of the dunes in the southern part of the dunes project. What it does is it helps prepare that property and the surrounding properties for economic development, which in turn provides significant resources to the city to do all the other things that are important that you've listed tonight. For example, the $13.5 million phase 3 payment for the dunes is directly tied to the success of the Dunes Park and the phase 2 West housing that's next to it to move on to phase 3. And the blight removal at the southern end of the Dunes project. So I encourage you to look at the funding of such priorities and spendings, particularly on the one-time revenues, with that criteria in mind of a return or investment, if you will, of your resources then are returned through the increase in sales tax, property tax, all the other resources that come to the city, not to mention the jobs and the housing and the affordable housing that's provided. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for the technical difficulties here.
Thank you, Doug, for your effort to join us. Really appreciate that. Okay, last call for anyone that wants to speak tonight before we close public comments. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Andrew asked the dollars that are tied up potentially theoretically in the demonstration landscaping Del Monte Boulevard project, can they be repurposed somewhere else?
They definitely can, from direction from the council. Brian, is that on a CIP? Is that on our CIP project list?
It's currently funded CIP at $25,000.
Okay, I didn't note any other questions. Did anyone else note something I may have missed? Okay, all right. We'll go into the comments now, and I'll start off. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen for my comments, and I've served as an elected official for 18 years, and staff has done a great job maintaining our finances. And the voters in 2010, 2014, 2018, they supported tax measures that were promised to maintain what we have. And in 2018, they increased our taxes on themselves to improve, not just maintain what we have. But for various reasons, we haven't been able to do a good job with Central and downtown Marina, nor at Fort Ord, with responsibilities such as medians, landscaping, turned over to us from the developers in really good shape, but they've degraded, and then making facilities there on Fort Ord adequate. So, that's where I'm coming from. And so what I'm going to propose tonight is that we use existing funds. It's here on the screen at the bottom. We use existing funds for languishing and unmet, desperately needed projects, including downtown medians and park improvements, and that we use these existing funds as a bridge to pay priority unmet staff needs. And sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. Sorry about that. And that we use the coming funds, that the 3 to 5 years funds, the 13.3 million, the other several funds that were listed, and I'll try to zoom up here. Can you see me, Lane, scrolling up on this document and down on this document? Yes, okay. So the not included funds that I'm circling here with the new hotels, the Dune Phase 3, the 4 escrow bonds, the impact fees, that we use those coming funds as possible. Not all of them are for this purpose, but some of them could be used to continue the funding of staff needs that we bridge with the funding we have in our hands now. And that we begin deliberation with the public and staff for something approximate to a $30+ million bond for very much needed fire, police, senior, teen, aquatic, and civic facilities. and that we direct staff tonight to bring back options to consider spending from the 16.9 million funding sources that are total here and in our staff report tonight of the unallocated general fund, recover back, land sale revenue, community improvement projects, blight removal, that 16.9 million be considered by staff when they come back with our final budget proposal the next time we meet on the budget to fund the approximate $15 million in projects that are missing from the budget that are included here, and those that are new to our project list that we heard tonight from primarily Brian, our Public Works Director. But that staff consider the 17 approximate monies we have in hand for affording the $15+ million that we don't have in the budget yet, and that including what Brian added tonight, and that we asked the various departments to, in the near future, propose a table of expanded organization so that we know where they would like to go. They're the experts, our department leads. And lastly, that we fund the list of projects that Brian McMinn, our Director of Public Works, listed on the last page of his presentation that are approximately half the cost of the available current in hand $6.4 million in our park fees. So those 7 elements that are listed there that refer to the projects above, I would like to make a motion that be our direction. And one more item that we propose with MPRPD, that Park District, is shared funding package for Lock Patton's MLK sculpture, landscaping do-over. We know that the front of the library, other parts of the library need to be done over, the landscaping, and that our city manager mentioned we need, and that $100,000 are included in, I think it was Brian's presentation, needed maintenance improvements. So that 8-item list would be my motion for discussion if someone would be kind enough to second it. And I'll stop sharing now.
I do have a question about this.
Okay, well, it would die for lack of second.
I'll second for conversation.
Great. Okay, go ahead, Christina.
So tonight's action, does it ask us, is the motion, how do I say it? Is tonight's action to deliver our recommendations now or deliver them at adoption next week?
Provide direction tonight as a penultimate meeting, and then probably at the next meeting, we would make a sound decision about where that money is going to be allocated. Tonight's more of a feel out our proposed directions, so they know where to go with the final phase of tweaking their proposal.
Correct. We're looking for direction. The more specific, the more it helps us. But some of those areas give us broad discretion, so we can go back and talk with the staff about, okay, given these parameters, what really is most important. It helps us too.
Okay, my second holds.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if you would accept some modifications to your motion. So I'd like to maybe narrow in on some of your broad recommendations. I got a little lost in where you were going with some of the recommendations, but I think I followed along. What I would like to do, as has been, yeah, I don't need to see it. That's okay. What I'm thinking is that we are on the rebound from our COVID encounter, and things are still looking, I was hoping that by now we could be looking at something much more bright and prosperous, but the future is still kind of cloudy from my take of what's going on as it relates to COVID. And I think that's going to have maybe a mitigating or at least a slowing effect on some of the sales that we were anticipating. Home sales seem to be unaffected, but some of the other revenue, maybe hotel stays may be impacted, or even the need to do hotel construction. So I'm going to urge that we be a little more cautious. I know you've identified, the 16.8 million, but I'm wondering, Lane, does that include the 20% reserves that we've traditionally tried to reserve?
No, it doesn't. So we've kept those off the table.
Oh, okay. Well, that's. I feel better about that. Okay.
Because those are for unexpected earthquake, fire, something devastating that you can't plan for.
Pandemics.
So I would like to, for the pandemic. I would like to narrow our considerations to filling all of the identified staff positions, the police record management system, I believe it is a pavement management system and coordination that will allow us to track projects, complaints. I'd like to see something like that. And for staff to do, and we're talking about next week, come back with some hard numbers on what these impacts would, what it would cost us to do this. I feel that the park improvements, the necessary landscaping that has been identified, I don't think we can put that off anymore. The roads that have been identified, I don't think we can put that off anymore. We need to, press ahead with those streets. I was interested in that the comments seem to say that the streets that were the 26 were not necessarily high traffic streets, but the streets that have been neglected. And I would like to review specifically those streets that are arterial or that are service to our business districts and move them up on the priority list. I understand that having a pothole in front of your house is not something to be happy about, but I think again we need to focus in a little bit on prioritizing which streets we address quickly, and the array of funds that the mayor identified as being available or those that might be useful or used to do some of the projects he identified. I wasn't clear that all of them were clear to be reassigned. I kind of thought that some of them already had some preconditions attached to them. So I'd like some clarification on that these are unencumbered and that they have not been, maybe even if on the back of an envelope, thought about in terms of some existing projects that we've already been committed to. So the motion that the mayor made, I think was rather comprehensive. I'm just not sure that the funding is there to support all of that, and that we would not be able to make good progress on them. We would be able to start a lot of them, but maybe not be able to fully fund them. So I guess my alternate motion would be that we direct staff to review the funding sources and clearly identify those that are unencumbered and can be utilized how we see fit, and also to come up with some hard numbers on filling all of the staff, the vacant staff, And then maybe some timelines on that. I know trying to hire staff right now is maddening. I've talked to several cities and they're scrambling to try and get to, especially technical positions. They're really hard to identify. So I guess that's my motion.
David, can you please restate your substitute motion?
Okay, I'll, as concisely as I can, that we direct staff to come up with a budget, a hard number for the staffing, that we clearly identify all of the funds that appear to be unencumbered. I'd like a clearer statement as to which funds are clear to be utilized however we see fit, and those that have some obligation or set aside or some commitment to them. And I just had another thought related to blight removal. So my last understanding was that the current program for blight removal, the buildings that have been identified, the only buildings that are not yet funded for removal are those in the phase 3, part of the phase 3.
David, are you asking a question? Or making a
Yeah, I'm
motion?
asking a question because I think I'd like to include that in my my motion.
So the buildings, phase 3, the dune still has some buildings to remove. What we would have in our part of phase 3 is that South Park area that is not yet funded in our blight funds. We've done just the main Dune City Park, that large parcel, but the smaller parcel we have not included yet.
Okay, so then I would like a number related to that removal.
Cost number, right? Cost figures, David?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so David, to recap, I have 3 components to your motion. Direct staff to give us a hard budget for the staffing they need, ID all funds unencumbered, and to give us a blight removal cost figure.
Yes,
okay.
Basically.
All right, is there a second for that substitute motion?
Second.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
So right now is our comment period, right? I know we sort of let out with 2 motions.
Now you can talk as long as you want. No holds barred.
All right, okay, because I feel like we do need the information clarified as Councilman Burnett said, and I wasn't able to synthesize your list, Mayor, with flashing it on the screen. So, but I think that we're all pretty much relying on so many discussions we've had already on the budget. So even while I'm trying to organize my thoughts, it's almost like repeating what we've already said in our priorities lists and all of that. So I have a little bit of a problem, but I'll say that anyway. First, some small things. The maintenance management system that Brian spoke of was identified in the very first priorities meeting with the professional consultant, because I was in the small group along with Brian and I brought that up. So it is on there clearly, and it has been from the very first session we've ever had. Also, the Martin Luther King Jr. statue, I have a feeling that the cost was related to getting water at that element, but I was on a tour with Gaynell and 2 other people, and the idea of us not having water, especially during drought, it was not opposed, to convert it maybe to black stones in the round base rather than water, because you put that near a playground, for example, and the kids are going to be jumping in it. So that cost of 250,000, also, I have to say, I was a little bit surprised at that, but maybe it has to do with trying to get water there, and we might consider an alternative which would make that a lot more manageable. Also, I think all of the things on Brian's list are fine, and I think he starts with some low ticket items that have safety or dire needs attached to them, even though some of them weren't on the initial council 110, I think it ended up being a list of priorities, but I certainly could volunteer to put them on there so we'd have a complete list, and I have no objections to having those on. And many of Brian's lists were in fact on that priority list. I really think there's certain priorities that I think we've already established. We have it in Lane's list, on the council priority list. I think it was 11 things on there. You know, we need to accommodate for those. Some of those are already repeated in Brian's list. So again, we've got an awful lot of overlays over all of these things that have been presented tonight. I do emphasize that there were 2 different slides on personnel needs for getting us to at least pre-COVID levels, and then all of the unfunded personnel needs. I think we have to go with both of those. So I would like to see that as being a major consideration. I also think blight removal, we have to take the bull by horns and just get rid of the blight. We can't develop anything on those properties. They continue to be a terrible eyesore in our city. If we have the bulk of the funding for it, then we're going to start that, but let's please just finish it. However we can plan for it, let's get that on the books and finish it. I really like all the creative solutions that Lane has offered. I think we really need to consider the bonds, and maybe there's some grants involved, but the bonds, especially for the 26 streets that we don't have funding for at this point, police and a new fire truck, ladder truck, and this other stations. So those are priority from my perspective. And considering the so the UUT tax is that where we would pull some of this from, or is it just from the bonds, Lane?
The UUT is a revenue source that be for your ongoing, it'd be an ongoing revenue source that would be for ongoing expenditures. The bond really is one-time lump sum, and you just
okay. So we would create a bond for the 26 streets and for the police and the fire truck and the stations. Okay.
Correct.
That's what it would be from. And then if we do that, if we plan for the bonds to cover those expenses, then we can take them out of our current budget, right? We don't have to allocate funds for something we're going to submit a bond for. So that would be a savings, in an indirect way for those large expenses for which we don't have the funding for. And that's my comments for right now. And I wanted to just say that all the things like the sports center, the roller rink, the pool, the church, the white church, the parks, all of that, I think they are very important for quality of life. And I feel very confident that those things will not go away. We will get to them. It's the matter of timing. When we feel, if we have all these other priorities, let's get to them first. And that means we've heard so many things about streets, et cetera. They're huge costs because we've neglected them, as you said, for 20 to 40 years. That's what's on most people's mind in Marina. I think we have to respond to all of that. But in terms of the other issues, the quality of life issues, that we'll get to them for sure, but not at the expense of some basic safety and dire needs that are just pressing on our city. So I would hope we would look at that as when we have the allocations of budget funding, we will get to those. And as long as we keep that in mind, it could be this year as well. But first, Lane, if you can get together the concepts that we're talking about here, and then finally see what we have left. I don't want to put the cart before the horse on this. We have to know that we've managed some of the more priority fundamental needs of our city before those. That's all I have to say right now, Mr. Mayor.
Great, Kathy, thanks. The two motions on the table are not that different. My original motion and David's motion does include getting us the unmet staff needs done. And that means budget numbers. And David's motion says direct staff to give us hard budget for staffing that they need. And we've already approved, I think, 1.7 million last meeting for 2 years in a row, totaling $3.4 million. And that's why our unallocated fund is now 3.4 million. So we know the hard numbers and what we've already approved for those frozen positions that are now no longer frozen. And on my motion as well, it includes meeting those unmet staff needs as much as possible. So we'll have to have those numbers when the staff comes back to us, or we couldn't approve them. So in that way, that first component of the substitute is included in mine. And secondly, identifying all the funds unencumbered, staff is going to have to do that to be able to assign the right bucket of funding to all of the projects that they present to us. So staff understands best how to move things around so that they're legally coming from the right place and it makes sense in the big picture. We're just giving them some direction to consider in my motion how to use those monies, or at least to which projects to find the right bucket for. So in that way of identifying all funds unencumbered, our two motions are both going to do that. And lastly, the blight removal cost figures, I'll amend my motion to agree with David's third component that staff does give us the best cost figures they can that it will take to remove the remaining blight that the city is responsible for. I think that's a great thing to have. That's not in my motion. So I'll amend my motion to add that, which makes the two motions on the floor, or at least the three components of David's motion, are now part of mine if the second holds for the addition of the blight removal cost figures. Does the second hold, Christina?
Can you pull up your list? The other portion of David's motion was the public works component.
In his final motion, he had three components: directing staff for hard budget staffing numbers, identifying unencumbered funds, and blight removal cost figures. But he might be able to amend his motion if there's something that it lacks that you want, as I would be as well.
Then I would be sure to include some element of public works. He mentioned the software program, the tracking program, but I think you have it there, do you not? I'm looking for it.
Well, this doesn't include, this doesn't limit staff, this doesn't exclude anything. If you look at the number one component of my motion.
Can you make it a little larger, please?
You're asking me to be
down at the bottom right-hand side, you'll see like that little bar with the minus plus 100%. You can move it there.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying.
Cool, thank you.
Wow.
So in number one, it says languishing, unmet, and desperately needed projects, including medians and park improvements, but it doesn't mean to exclude anything.
Just including staffing as well.
Yeah, now the number two is to use existing funds as a bridge to funding to pay for the priority unmet staff needs that council staff tells us. Now this is controversial because our existing funds, most of them are one-time funds. But if we believe that we're going to have $13 million in phase 3 and a total of like $15.8 million in the next 3 to 5 years up here. And then we have 62 million identified by staff in tonight's reports of other out-year funds. We no longer have to think like we have since 2010 or 8 that were broke. We've had
the second
Go ahead,
holds.
sorry.
The second holds. I understand where you're going. We are going someplace in the future that we've never been. So the second holds. Yes.
And this doesn't take any power away from staff to bring back to us anything they want to in the budget that they think is important. It just gives them some additional direction of some things that council would like them to consider to try to put in the budget. It doesn't tell them to spend any money, but it tells them to consider doing these things. It's very broad, but it does give some more specific direction. And like Kathy said, it's very similar to what we've been talking about on multiple occasions. It's getting closer to the finish line. Kathy, the UU2 tax, the user utility tax that you mentioned, I think would not be well received by the public as it was not received last time. It comes directly out of their pockets, and it may even be more than the $25 to $50 a year that we'd be asking them to spend on a bond. Because if you add up your cable and your utilities, your water and your phone, you're getting close to $1,000 a month. And so asking everybody in Marina to spend $25 to $50 a month in a new tax, after we asked them in 2018 to raise their taxes so we could show them what new improvements we could make in town, I think we need to make those improvements with the money we've been sitting on for 10 years and then go to them for a bond, because we show that we can do these things with the money we have. And then we want $36 million to go above and beyond whatever we can afford now. Then maybe in 10 years, we can do user utility tax after we've built the bond projects. But to ask them after 2018 for another tax when we haven't done anything new in town, I think that it would hurt the bond chances and it might not pass. Okay, so that's my rant. And I don't know who was next between Kathy and David. Do any of you want to go next or want to let the others speak first? Either of you?
Go ahead.
All right, let's go with Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you. So yes, if you will include that in your motion, then I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, I modified my motion in the second held to amend it with the friendly suggestion from you of adding the blight removal cost figures.
Yes.
And I think staff, you should probably understand that we hope that the unidentified or some unencumbered funds will be brought back to us, showing us where your proposed expenditures are coming from. And that was another piece of David's. And that, of course, we pay attention to the hard numbers that's going to cost us to increase our staffing that our staff tells us is priority. And that was the first of the three components of Councilmember Burnett's motion. All right, Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Burnett Biala, let's go to you.
Did you say me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, great. So could you make this larger again, the last 7 things there? Okay, so on number 4, could you amend your motion to say the bond thing is needed for the 26 failed streets, and then go on with fire, police, whatever, and or the
Well, the
civic
26 failed streets are up here. They're included in the motion.
So why do you list out all the things in the bond and you don't put that in?
Because those are big ticket items we can't afford. So those are not in this list. This list that's above are things in the budget. They're reasonably afforded by the money we have in hand.
I don't think so. That wasn't my impression.
So if you add these up, it comes to 14.85 million. And the funding sources identified from staff that we have in hand are 16.9 million, more than the list of missing items. And David asked a good question to double check on the truth of this. Make sure that we know what are the unencumbered funds that may be used for these missing items or those brought to us tonight by staff, primarily from Brian, but also from the other departments. And so when you go to number 4, it's a new fire station, a new police station, senior center, big ticket item on the teen center, aquatic center, civic center. Those are not in, I don't think anyone's proposing those, or I guess we could use this money. We could use this 17 million on some of those facilities. That's just not what my motion is proposing. We go to a bond for those.
Okay, may I get confirmation from Lane, please, about the 26 failed streets? Do we have enough money under all of this to accommodate for that? Or was that simply that if it was going to take us away from our system of fixing the streets? Was that the only reason that we weren't going to consider it, but we did actually have the funding for it? I had a different impression about that.
No, we don't think we have the funding for the 5.3, but also we have to look at everything in totality. And so I think the motion is having us look at everything in totality. We'll go through all these projects and the ones that we think we can include and that we would recommend on the staff end, we'll include, and those ones that we can't, we'll definitely let you know.
Okay, so when he has on number 4, can you scroll down, please, Mayor? Okay, on number, where's the bond? Number 4, this could include the streets in your estimation if we found out we were short.
Right, it would look at that, and if we wanted to recommend putting streets in there, we would.
Okay, all right, great. As long as you understand that that's a possibility, I appreciate that.
Yes, I think the motion gives us good flexibility.
Great, thank you.
All right. Anita, if you're still with us, well, we have a 10 o'clock. I'll motion we continue this item until we finish with a vote.
I second.
Can we have a roll call on extending the meeting a couple minutes, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Burnett for perhaps the last word.
I just wanted to make clear that I had withdrawn my motion, so the vote is for the initial motion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Anita, if we could have a vote on the motion, please.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Member Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you to staff and all the public and council for all the good discussion tonight. We're one step closer to having a budget this year.
Yeah. And Mayor, and from a timeline point of view, we were going to put the budget on the 17th. I think we're going to need a little bit more time to really refine it. And I think this is a good thing. I think we're really close, but we won't have the budget on the 17th, and we'll probably have it maybe on that first meeting in September. We'll have to figure out another time, but we definitely won't have it on the 17th. But we have a full agenda on the 17th anyway.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to Donna White, Eddie Anderson, Jeff Greshru for joining us tonight. I know we didn't hear a lot from you, but we appreciate you being there. And Fred Agater and Matt Mogeson and Terry Segrist, thank you. Marty Soto, thank you for being with us, and to all the folks that did have a lot of input tonight, Doug and Tina and Brian. We know that you're behind this budget. I mean, as far as creating it, and it's a lot of work. So thank you. And Bob, we didn't need you much on the legal end, so maybe that's a good sign. Thank you for being with us.
Mr. Mayor, may I adjourn in memory of
Alfred Diaz Infante.
Yes, may I do that? Are we done with our business?
Yes, and say a couple things about him as you adjourn.
Sure, I'd like to end this meeting in memory of Alfred Diaz Infante. He was the CEO of Chispa, which was responsible for building low-income housing for those in need, the Gensei apartments and the Chispa housing here in town. From his very good friend, Maria Chiriato. He started Chispa at a very young age, and he was an advocate for farm worker families in need of affordable housing. He was a mentor. He's a loss to our community. He fought for projects that provided decent housing and respect for those in need. He allowed for smart development in Monterey County to include developments in our own city. Chispa is about growing housing and housing families and partnerships throughout the state and the nation. His loss is unbelievable. He was leaving an event last night in Marina. And we were all blessed to have him and his legacy of providing decent housing, creative housing solutions with sweat equity, and advocating for all in our socioeconomic rung. So it's a great loss to our community that we've lost Mr. Diaz-Infante. And I just would personally like to say thank you to his staff and everybody that he touched and inspired, coming from a family of farm workers himself, attending UC Berkeley for his business administration, Sacramento State, and Hartnell College. So he was a homebred advocate for us all. So let's just mirror what has been able to impress on all of us, and carry his memory forward as we think about equity and justice for all.
Well said, Christina, and rest in peace, Alfred. For decades, you've provided affordable housing to thousands of families, and they'll be living in those homes for decades longer. So thank you, Alfred, for dedicating your life to something so basic and important to our community. Okay, thank you, Christina, for bringing that to our adjournment. Have a nice evening, everyone.